want to have a look at during the next 2 hours. We want to see if we can catch some trades, obviously, too. Later on, I'm going to be joined also by LJ, who is in the process of rebooting his his system at the moment. There's a little bit of trouble there. And yeah, how's everybody doing? I can see some of you have been joining already. We have Nekka here with us. Good morning. How you're doing? We have Takutswa. I don't know if I pronounced that correctly. If not, I'm sorry. Looking for a mentor, but let's see if we can help you with this here today. We have Joao joining us. Good morning. How are you? We have Kidus joining us here. Good morning. How are you doing? And we have Payan joining us. Hi, everybody. How is it doing? I know many of you also joining from Australia always. So in this case, of course, good evening to you guys. Good afternoon and good night, wherever you are joining us from on this beautiful planet Earth. All right. So let's jump right into it. We had an interest rate decision last week. The Fed cut interest rates by 0.25%. I know there has been a lot of talking about this on this channel last week already. I'm sure I'm going to touch base together with LJ on that later. Also because I'm very nosy about his opinion, especially, what could be read between the lines of what Paul was saying and all the mingling that's going on in the background, the undecisiveness in between the governors there. So quite interesting and quite a unique experience we see. Nonetheless, we see especially gold this morning again climbing to a new all-time high. Currently, the spot market trading at 3,718. And of course, you know which question I have to ask you guys now. Who of you is long currently gold? If you are currently long gold, share your position with us. Would super like to have a look at this. Great trade that should be, of course, if you're in that, if you didn't buy like 20 or whatever the all-time high was just now. And contrary to this, anybody short in gold maybe at the moment. And while you look into your positions, please also remember, leave us a like, subscribe to the channel, leave a comment here, especially leave us a like because this will attract more interested audience out there. And we as content creators, this is what we thrive off. I can see complexion, gold, long. Why gold? Are you long gold or aren't you long gold at the moment? Complexion. No, complex coin, not complexion. But I'm sure you have a good complexion too. And, it's like, I mean, we are seeing the future markets at the moment a little bit lower when it comes to US indices at the moment. But it shows to me, again, this divergence in opinions and in sentiment we currently have when it comes to the stock market reality and the reality we are seeing on the gold market. So classic risk on, risk off scenario, or not so classic actually, because we have been seeing these strong US markets. You see my target here of 6,500 has been smashed already. And I said until November, actually end of November, I could imagine even us going all the way up to 7,000 before we get that next really severe dip down, which I expect then to continue for 1 to 1.5 years. But contrary to this, I mean, the stock market's still running good, and still we have those insanely running gold markets as well, especially after the interest rate decision, especially again, something that Jonatan and I encountered over and over again during the last weeks on a Monday morning. So a move that already started during the Asian session. Yeah, we can maybe, if we have a look here at the 10-minute chart, we can see that it really started, well, it's about when Europe came in at 8:20 my time. So that was about 2.5 hours ago. Really people buying up gold again. And this is kind of a unique situation because gold normally likes to make its major moves. And its major moves when the US markets come in, or when there's overlapping liquidity between London and the USA. Hold on just a very quick seconds. I need to answer a question here. Jonatan is texting me. All right. So, and you can see this also here on the Renko chart. It's like tries short positions. That is my trading system here, but it very quickly flips from long to short. And interestingly enough, whenever you see something like this, so it went short here, flip to long here, went short here, then kind of late flip to long here. But whenever I see that, it's kind of fascinating to me, because this is a momentum strategy, that after a failed signal, the signal after this is usually one that really performs very well. So this long position here, the system held all the way from 3,600, let's say 64, to up here 3,686. So that was a really good trade with $23. This morning again the system went long, so let's see how that plays out. By the way, this is a system I'm automating right now, which will be then also live on the 5ers account. And I see that complex went shorted below 3,700 and buy when it breaks 3,700. So you are long right now, right? Well, exactly. Good question here. Why is gold still bullish? Well, it is still bullish because we are seeing a divergence in sentiment at the moment. We're having a risk-on market because there's a lot of liquidity still out there that needs to go somewhere. And within a risk-on markets, obviously stocks are being bought up. This is, for example, why we see this crazy performance we've seen. Where are my indices? In the S&P 500. This is why we've seen this crazy performance in the NASDAQ also. I mean, just look at this. We had like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 days in a row with green candles in the NASDAQ alone again. So very clearly risk up. But at the same time, we have a sentiment where especially institutional investors are a bit afraid of the market. So and this all, by the end of the day, at least in my opinion, boils down a little bit to Donald Trump as a person and the things he has installed during the, well, not even 1 year of his presidency. Mainly being tariffs, mainly being also, flipping his opinion whenever it feels kind of, beneficial for him. And this insecurity of what might this guy choose to do next. Is he going to stay true to what he said before, or is he going to change his opinion again? This is something markets, especially institutional investors, do not like. So the classic move of whenever we see risk on markets, meaning a weak US dollar, rising cryptocurrency markets, rising stock markets, you typically would see the price of gold fall, right? Because it's a risk-off assets. You would buy gold, you think, when you want to have kind of a safe haven investment. But within all this insecurity, now you have a lot of institutional players out there who say, well, I don't want to buy the US dollar as a risk-off or as a hedge against the stock markets, because I'm not trusting maybe the government, I'm not trusting the economy, maybe I'm not trusting Donald Trump as a person so much anymore. So where can I put my money instead of US Treasury bond? Well, the answer is gold. So you have a higher demand for gold as a asset for security. You have a weaker dollar, which also leverages the price of gold, obviously, up, because normally the price of gold is measured in US dollar. I can see LJ is in the background. Everything okay now, you think? Not so sure yet. Okay, join whenever you feel it's ready. And yeah, I mean, Jure NL is pretty much nailing it with one sentence. Gold is a barometer for the geopolitical and macroeconomical stability of the world. Absolutely, especially also if we look at stability in the world. I mean, we have kind of a weird, some would say, escalating war situation here in Europe right now, with Russia invading the aerospace of, for example, Poland, or I think it was Estonia, with drones and fighter jets. And, it kind of feels like, ooh, is this going to explode? Or are there other areas in the world, where tensions are going to explode? And within this sentiment, you kind of, as a professional investors, you want to kind of look at as assets that are not so much risk on, and which is gold, so which still hold worth, which still hold value, when everything goes down the drain. Although this is, of course, also highly discussable. And it's really also nothing that should us concern too much on live streams like this. Nonetheless, it's something we need to discuss about. LJ, good morning or,
Good morning.
good evening. Everything
Good
works
evening.
now, mate.
Yeah, working now. I had to update drivers.
Oh
Then
yeah,
fix it.
it's like I'm so happy my EV Max is working today, because I never
Yeah.
know when I join this. Am I only seeing myself, or is everybody seeing me? But it seems to be
Yeah.
working this morning.
Yeah.
I have to clear my cache, my cookies, and everything every time I start the software app. Yeah, we were just talking about it's week one after the interest rate decision last week.
Indeed.
I know you guys have on the live stream talked a lot about this. I said earlier, I'm of course very interested in your opinion, not only in the interest rate decision. I mean, that one was obvious. That was like almost 100%. We said prior to that, or the market said prior to the decision itself. But I think what came after this was interesting because it showcased, first of all, Paul, who's like always very cautious and says, I'm data driven, which is okay. But it also showcased the indecisiveness, is this a word? I don't know.
Indecision. Yeah.
Indecision within the committee. You have like this one block that is like, it says like, oh, we're going to lower interest rates 2 or even 3 times more this year. Now 2 times, 3 times won't be possible anymore. And then you have a larger block who says, no, we're not going to do anything anymore. How is like your view on things like this?
Yeah. So I mean, definitely like the dots for next year were quite all over the place. There's clearly no real consensus or greater confidence amongst the committee about where we actually end up. Normally, they're a bit more clustered. And then obviously the portion with that is if Jerome Powell steps away, Trump keeps getting his influence, those dots probably come even lower as well.
Yeah.
Whether they should be there or not, right? That's another question. But so I think that was some of those bits and pieces was what sort of spooked the market. Not spooked is the wrong word, but that impulsive drive from algos, that kind of stuff. But then it was very much a buy the rumor, sell the fact type situation. Yep. So we have acknowledged that there is the jobs picture sort of weakening just a touch, but Jerome Powell did come out later, like in the speech, and acknowledge that the replacement rate is really 0 to 50K. Right, we've just got a slight differentiation in the current labor market with supply and demand of labor, so it's actually not too bad. And so overall, we saw the growth forecast come up. They expect employment to stable, and then inflation a touch higher. Which on the surface of it seems very odd to then be cutting rates.
Yeah.
But you've got the other portions weakening. So the lower end of consumers, they're struggling a lot. Businesses are starting to have more trouble. So I think that it's more for that lower end. They don't want that to fall out of bed, whilst the rest of the market is still running strong. It's kind of that 2-speed economy type thing that we've has come in and out of vogue in the headlines for a while. So.
I mean, I have to say, I just looked the other day again at what I discussed a lot over the last really year, the re-inversion of the interest rate spread between 1-year and 2-year treasuries, which was like inverted for, I think, the longest time we've ever seen in history. Then it came back. And back then I said, well, by the logic of it, we should see a major recession. What was the recession? It was like a mini recession in Q1 2025. That was it. And I've been thinking a lot about the effects of the tariffs. I mean, they are going to have, of course, an effect on inflation. Because products become more expensive. The US consumers are already seeing those becoming more expensive. The question is, of course, is this a one-time effect? So kind of like what we saw after COVID, at the end of COVID, where it was more producer-driven, the inflation. Or is this going to be something like a new world order that we have to get used to, that like the baseline for inflation is 3% now and not 2% anymore? Because this is where it seems to be very sticky, in my opinion. Not only in the USA, same is true for Europe. I think we're maybe not getting a clearer picture of where the US economy-wise is heading by the end of the week. First of all, Tuesday, I am just seeing here we have a speech again from Powell. I don't know where he's talking there. Maybe some university or something again. But of course, something we need to be on the lookout for. Then things are going to get interesting on Thursday, in my opinion, with the durable goods. GDP growth rate, not so much, in my opinion, because this is always the last indicator that kind of showed you, okay, this was what happened, Durable goods, month on month is for sure going to be an interesting one. And then, especially for me, the personal income month over month that we're going to see on Friday, because this is always the first indication, are people going to have more money in their pocket to consume, or are they going to have less money in their pockets to not consume too much and later on have an effect on consumer confidence, for example.
Yeah, exactly. And I think the numbers are right now about 50% of spending is coming from just the top 10 percent of income. So I definitely think it is, just sort of that resetting to a new normal. I think they, like you touched on as well, I think there is more and more going to become the argument that, yes, we just have to accept slightly higher than previous inflation. And then also rates being slightly higher. To be honest, it's kind of more back to a somewhat normal world.
Really, I can well remember beginning of the 1990s. I was still a little guy, and my grandpa had a saving account for me, and I always came like, the bank they hiked the interest rates for your saving account again. It's now at 8% for a simple saving account. It was crazy. I was so happy, of course, back then, and but that was like 35 years ago, of course, and. So nowadays, we have, especially after 2008, gotten very used to that in interest rate environment, around 0% is kind of the normal interest rate environment, when really, historically speaking, it's not at all. And I can see a lot of people asking about gold, so we'll jump into gold, like in a sense, like what are kind of the levels we want to look at for gold. Maybe we can catch a trade later on, in gold as well. One very good comment here, again, from Drew NL. Thank you for your comment. Bond market is pricing in 2 more 25 basis point rate cuts. That's true by the end, and 3 more in 2026. That would bring the Fed funds rate below 3% after a brief hiatus. Easy money is back. Cheap money is back. Easy money is back. The problem always is with that easy money, it's not reaching the consumer very much. It's spent within those top 5% of institutions out there. That's always the thing. If you as a bank, you have access to easy money, doesn't necessarily mean you take your job as a bank seriously, which would mean like, I'm going to give out more loans, especially to middle-sized companies or smaller companies or mortgage loans and so on and so forth. So it's a very delicate mechanism that is taking place. I mean, that's the reason also why analysts, me including, always have a hard time forecasting how is the growth rate going to be for next year. It seems like everybody's always wrong about this.
I agree. I think exactly in part of that. That's part of the because I heard you touching on gold just before as well in the background. Also, part of the gold story is that debasement of currency.
Yeah.
Right.
Absolutely.
So further outrunning that, if we accept a higher than average sort of inflation rate, you do have that monetary easing coming in. Yeah, you can see very much how we're going to get another explosion.
And it's interesting, no? I mean, this is, if we look at gold outside of real estate, it's the when it comes to market cap, it's the number 1 asset class in the world. So you could kind of argue the same like we like to do for Bitcoin, although Bitcoin currently is, of course, lagging behind it a little bit because it's more risk on perceived than gold, obviously, that like you have these asset classes that are kind of functioning like black holes when it comes to fiat devaluation. So everything that is valued in fiat is eventually going to zero or going to, infinity in cases of gold and Bitcoin, if you measure it in fiat currency, at least.
Yeah. And exactly why people are moving away from bonds and going into gold, because you have no way to actually say, okay, is this actually an appropriate interest rate for the bond I'm picking up right now. The variance is so massive. No one can get a proper handle on it. So
also, if I look at what in terms of statistical data, the hiccups we've seen from the USA now, especially when it comes to employment data in the last months, if I were an institutional investors, I would be like, what is going on there? Can I really trust all the data that is coming out of the USA? Or, do I need to look for alternatives? And if yes, what are the alternatives when it comes to currencies? Well, of course, the Swissy, to some extent the Japanese yen for sure as well, or maybe even the Chinese yuan, question mark there, of course, but especially the Swissy. This is why we've seen this crazy development. We did this last week. If you look at the long-term chart of the dollar Swiss development, it's crazy. Huh? Let me go to weekly maybe here.
Yeah, because they've got that massive
since
current account surplus,
the last
right?
25 years is only going down.
Yeah. Because they know that they're too small of a central bank to really matter for other things. So as far as their balance sheet, I mean, they buy all sorts of stuff like growth stocks and everything.
Yeah.
I don't know if they still are, but they used to be the largest single holder of Facebook stock, for instance.
I don't know if they still are. I mean, after what happened there in 2000, what was that, 14? I think they've given up on trying to devalue their currency artificially because that was a disaster. But still, this is where people are looking for alternatives right now. Yeah, another great comment. September for Bitcoin this year of a cycle has always been red. That is absolutely true. September always not a good month for Bitcoin. There are some other factors. If we have some time, also we can look into this. I would say we, maybe start a little bit with gold. Do you have a position currently in gold, or are you looking?
Not at the minute. I was in Euro and Aussie dollar earlier today. A bit of a rebound as far as the dollar moves.
Yeah.
So Euro dollar ended up jumping down here, back by the low that we had from Friday, and jumped out just by the 200 moving average up here. I took a position on Aussie as well. Originally got stopped out on the first one. Jumped in slightly too early. That was from last week.
Super Saiyan. Did you draw this?
Yeah.
It's not so much better than your usual drawings, man.
But so hang on, I'll zoom this in a little bit so I can see a bit better. Yeah, so the original I jumped back in at the bottoms here after getting tagged out on the Aussie dollar. Initial trade I took, got in way too early, which was up here. Looking for a move up to the 200 or so. I got stopped out on that coming down through here. So those are all the trades I've taken today so far. Gold I haven't looked at a potential position just yet. I think last week on the Discord as well, we were mapping out something like that, and I would have preferred to buy from 36.20.
That was what I was expecting as well.
Yeah.
And again, I said this initially when I started the stream here, is like, for me, unique, a strong bullish indication for the rest of the week, again, that we see a move up during the early European session. I mean, it started like at about, what was that, 10, 9, 8, about 1.5 hours ago, that move up really. And so, somebody must have come in the office, early European session, said, I need to buy gold now, or we need to realign our gold position, or it can, of course, always be manufacturers or whatever as well, that buy futures because they're afraid that the gold price is further going up. But Europe is also not like that strong in manufacturing.
It often comes, there's a lot that will come out of that through Asia from the Australian miners, right?
It does, yeah.
Really.
So, so but the miners would sell the futures, no? Probably.
Yes, typically, but then they're also often, jumping in and out. I guess, especially with where we are at all-time highs.
That's true, actually. Probably the same. I've seen that. Like,
you're going to get because you could easily get like a 10% correction the other way, right?
Yeah.
Which is also going to be on there. considerations.
Probably the same. I have a friend who is a steel trader for a company, and they kind of do the same thing. They usually, your job is like, okay, I need to hedge future prices.
Yeah,
Make sure we have a certain price that we can use for our cost calculation or our revenue calculation. But sometimes, of course, they like to gamble as well. Not to mention it goes sometimes into the right direction. He's always very happy then, and sometimes he's very depressed on weekends. So in a sense, like us probably.
Yeah. No, there's more and more of the energy and commodity traders complex, which normally it's just like hedging, but they've started actually just trading stuff, especially with how active things are now.
I was looking in recently was also like doing arbitrage between German energy prices and French energy prices. But the hurdle on a professional level to get into that energy market is quite high. So you need like really significant investments, like upfront. We're talking about like something 250 to 500k euro upfront to just get into this market. It's not like we are used to, you open an account, you deposit money, and then you start trading. So I'm still a bit reluctant until I really see my edge. And with arbitrage, it's always the thing, like, how long do you have this edge? It's just a matter of time until somebody else is coming along, and then the whole thing disappears.
Yeah, precisely.
One thing I notice about gold at the moment again, which makes me a little bit cautious, is that we have deviated quite a long way again from my bull market support bands, from the 8 weeks moving average. Last time we were that far away was here. And we all know what happened after this. Now, it doesn't mean, that it necessarily needs to happen again. But for swing trades, to always say like, oh, gold is going up, and maybe I'm not even going to put a stop loss, I would be a little bit cautious at the moment. I actually am more looking here into momentum swing trading or momentum day trading, meaning like this indicator, the strategy really goes with a momentum or waits until there's a specific momentum into a direction, into a long or short direction. I said earlier, one thing I noticed about this one, it works very well when you get like the failed signal, like the short trade we had here, which then was reversed into long trade. Very often after those failed signals, you have like very nice moves. So I'm anticipating that this signal, which by the way I missed this morning at 3,710, could lead us all the way to 30 or 40 today. But I'm too late for that trade. This is one of the reasons why I really need to automate the system, because on the back test it looks far too good to be true, to be honest. But if it's just 10% as good, it's already very good.
So I missed a bunch of these this morning as well. I managed to pick up some of the other trades just like off my phone because I was house sitting, dog sitting over the weekend. 2 little border collies, so I was
nice.
out there having to look after them and playing around in the backyard and stuff. And
I used to have a golden retriever called Baloo.
Oh, really?
Yeah. But very, very long time ago, which was
the
dog. One of the only dogs I've seen in my life is he didn't have a natural hunting instinct anymore. Like one time I went to walk for a walk with him, there was a herd of sheep and he was not on the leash. And I was like, oh my God, no, please not. And he was like running towards the sheep. It's like, oh God, he's going to kill the sheep now. My God, it's going to be my fault. And he stopped. And he began like shaking everywhere, and the sheep surrounded him to sniff on him. And the dog was so afraid of those sheep. I was like, my God, it's really, nobody's going to believe that when I tell them that.
He's lost himself.
Yeah, really. No natural hunting instinct anymore.
It's a bit like the cat that I have here as well.
Yeah?
Like, she's the most not a cat ever. It's just really odd.
Even likes belly scrubs or belly rub.
She's just strange. She sort of sits around. She seems like half blind. She doesn't like chase little animals and bugs and stuff. Just doesn't care. She sits there, watches. Most cats will come up and try and, if you've got a piece of chicken or fish or something else, come over and try steal it and run off. She just doesn't care at all.
Yeah.
So,
RC says, hi, Dirk, I can help you automate. Just voice out what is your rationale and brief for your buy and sell. Thank you for the offer. Really appreciate that. But don't worry, I'm good there. I can automate that myself. I'm a long-yeared enthusiast of Python, and I've built many of those automation solutions. Right now, as I said, working on my own bridge that connects TradingView, for example, to the MT5. So I don't have to pay $50 or $80 or $100 always for third-party software every month for that. But I really appreciate that. And that being said, I think it's like, for me, it's like, and maybe you're not agreeing with this, LJ, and because I know you choose a lot of your trades based on a mixture of sentiment, fundamental, and technicals. And I think it's nowadays a little bit the way to go forward, at least for me, when I have a pure technical system to say I cannot sit in front of my screens even 12 hours. I'm not willing to do that anymore at my age. And so I want to automate things as much as possible, to not miss all those signals. Because I always have a tendency, if I have a system where I know, oh, this one works, and I want to trade it manually, I somehow am always able to pick the trades that don't work within the system. So I end up losing money even in a system that works, just because I'm not there when the actual trading, the good trades happen.
Yeah, no, I've been trying to code automate a bunch of stuff as well. Some sort of side strategies, similar deal to just have running in the background. And also sort of somewhat as a replacement or alternative to throwing stuff into like long-term stocks, long-term holds.
Yeah.
That kind of thing at the moment. Especially just with where we are. I don't really want to be...
That's the thing at the moment, really.
Yeah.
I have always like my monthly investments where I buy some ETFs or stuff like this, where I really don't care, is it like going down 10% now or even 20%? Because those have like a time horizon for the next 30 years, maybe. If I ever choose to retire, which I highly doubt, because I probably would die within 3 months of boredom. And I'm really, since my view is now US stocks, Bitcoin, somewhere between November and January, probably we're going to see the peak. And then we are probably going to have at least 1 year, which is a little bit harder, where we have a bear market or a volatile sideways, slightly down market, like we've seen under the last three US presidents always happening. Of course, you have to think of alternatives, because buy and hold cannot be the strategy then anymore. And this is... I'm happy to hear you are focusing on that as well at the moment, because I always question myself, am I seeing too many ghost shadows on the wall and the reality is not as bleak as I think it is?
Yeah, more than anything, I'd buy the NASDAQ to get exposure to that sort of growth.
Yeah.
Obviously, and the whole debasement of currency type.
That's the base investment, basically, for risk on.
Yeah.
I agree.
Yeah. So if there was anything, I'd be picking the NASDAQ. Steer away from S&P 500 personally. There's just too many legacy companies, great companies, but you're not going to get the growth from it, right? Just the truth. Tech stocks, everything, massively, they're the only really, or most beneficial, most companies, most well-positioned to take full benefit of the forward, AI, computer, just general tech revolution, etc. The others will basically just buy pockets from them and then enhance their business that way.
Yeah.
Right. So, but yeah, if you look at, NASDAQ here, one on the weekly chart back from 2010, this thing is like stormed. And where we are now, right,
everybody's talking about 10x here. You have your 10x, in stocks.
Yeah.
On an index, not a single company.
Exactly. And so, I don't want to be buying up here. I can easily see us, getting some kind of eventual blowout top over the next while, a couple of years. Trump goes away. You run back to this 200 moving average, and then something like that would be your sort of buy zone, somewhere down there, But I feel like through whatever length of time that's going to be, I feel like I'd just be sitting on dead money. If you end up buying up here and you sort of just trail off for 2 or 3, 4 years or something. So that's my concern with it, basically. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, yeah, it's kind of funny because too many charts open. My target actually for this year still for the NASDAQ. My base target was let me quickly switch back here. Was 29,300, which is the 1.272 Fibonacci extension of the crash, so to say, with a V-shaped recovery we saw in early 2025, and my extended target is 26,000 for this year. After this, I become a little bit more pessimistic, but I might be wrong because the way you're absolutely right when you say, like, in my opinion, at least when you say, you have to be in those AI stocks and so on and so forth, although many of those will fail for sure. But it's a different situation from what we had during the internet bubble, where you had a lot of small companies with absolutely no business, crazy overvalued. You basically just needed to write back then, we have a homepage, and then your stock would go up by 10x already. Crazy.
Yeah.
Some
they
of
didn't
them
actually have underlying businesses.
they didn't have any
these
product,
companies
nothing,
do have, Yeah, they have an actual business.
Yeah.
Not everyone's going to win, but at least there is
Exactly.
something there. Yeah.
But now the bubble, the upward movement is driven by companies like, for example, especially Nvidia, of course, and who have like billions of revenue coming in every quarter. So even if we're going to see a correction of 10 or 15 or 20%, and that correction will come sooner or later, when, I don't know, it's still going to be an enormously good time to reinvest your money into those stocks.
Yeah.
And I don't know exactly when, like I said, that will happen. And probably I'm going to be too late to the game. This is why I chose, for this long-term investments, I need to just buy every month. So I don't need to try to time the top or bottom, which is like long-term impossible in my opinion.
Yeah.
I mean, I would like to see a correction now of 20% because then I would buy a lot.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. So it's just when I look at, I could trade stuff, and even if I set up some kind of bot that, is running like a healthy return each year, I feel like that will be more beneficial.
Exactly. I mean,
and fully liquid as well, because then I can, when it does actually tank, then I can, kill it all, then slot everything back over.
Exactly. Yeah.
There's always the portions of like tax considerations, that kind of thing.
Of course.
That you have to bring into it, but. Yeah, that's kind of where
I mean, just because you're trading with a bot doesn't mean, you're aiming on doing like thousands of percent of performance or hundreds of percent. Even if you keep it like above the inflation rate, maybe you earn something like 5% or 8%, 10%, then you would beat the SP 500 already on average. You're well off. And then wait for that, big drop and reinvest it all into Nvidia again.
Yeah.
Which I still cannot believe that I sold it at $108.
That
was it was profitable, very profitable, but in hindsight, it was my worst investment decision this year.
Yeah. I was going to ask as well. We were talking about the Fed stuff before. Do you think we'll actually, because market pricing, so the 3 cuts by the end of the year. So we've had 1 and a further 2. Do you think they'll actually just push through the 2? I tend to feel 2 is a bit much.
I think so too. I'm more rooting for 1. Not rooting, but I'm thinking they'll do 1 because you have those divided, commodity, and normally what happens when you have like people at 2 ends of the extreme, somehow you find a compromise which might not be the best for the markets or the economy, but which kind of will satisfy everybody, which is 1 interest rate cut. I wouldn't be surprised, honestly speaking, going forward from I think it's when does Paul's mandate end? Is it March, April, June?
April, I think. April and May. So. May, it might be. I'm not sure.
For Q2 2026. That latest after this, we are going to see if nothing like changes for the absolute worst, or suddenly the economy is doing brilliantly and there's no need for investment cuts, and I don't know, the USA is somehow managed to pay off a bunch of their debts and consolidate their government spending, especially. And if we are going to see more rate cuts because the political pressure and influence of Donald Trump will get higher, who's like openly saying we need 3% interest rate cut, like not next year now, right away, don't cut it by 25 basis points, cut it by 300 basis points. And I think that could take effect then going forward in Q3 and Q4 of 2025. Whether this is really something that is good for the markets, I highly doubt that, honestly speaking, because the money being too cheap might be good for the US government because they can refinance for, maybe 1% or maybe even close to 0% again, which also is not good because it kind of fuels, being careless about spending again.
Yeah, exactly.
And it can, of course, very quickly lead to a situation like we saw in 2008, where we have like, for example, banks giving out loans for credits where you shouldn't give out loans for, and then repackaging that as so-called structured products again. Back then they were called ABS. Was it ABS? Asset-backed securities, yes.
Yeah.
And now there is a product like this again, which does the same stuff, but in a slightly different way. And so maybe there's another 2008 coming up if money gets too cheap.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. I think some of those questions will actually come into the market. If they keep cutting rates, you could actually see negative outcomes.
Yeah.
I think on to begin with, we'll see that further hard run in stocks, and then people throw it in and go, okay, now we should get worried because it's too loose, and we're just heading straight for a car crash. So similarly with euro dollar, I'm looking for right now a bit of this drive higher. I don't think we'll quite get as high as 118.20. Maybe the higher 117s and just by 118, and then look for a rotation back down. Because I think this the calls for two more cuts by the end of the year. I think it's a bit much. I think we'll get one more. They either just go right away in October, bang bang.
Yeah, I think so too. October drop, and then December. I mean, what is the percentage like in expectation right now?
December's 76, 78.
Oh, that's quite high. I'm kind of surprised by that. Yeah.
Yeah.
But we've seen that scenario also a lot in the past, that you have this high expectation, then as we go through the weeks, it's going to settle down to a more realistic scenario.
And that's where I want to see a slight rise after the drop we had for stuff like the euro. So therefore, dollar selling, we sort of hit a relative prior resistance levels across all the majors, and then turn back down. We get a bit more dollar strength over the next period. I think as these numbers have to sort of come a bit more back into reality, and then hence that unwind of their US dollar strength comes back in.
Yeah.
And we're back into that sort of 116 to 117, more healthier range, I think. Middle of this band.
Yeah, I agree. It's a bit overextended, no? Agree. Would you excuse me for like 5 minutes?
Yeah, of course.
Need to let the mailman in.
That's all good. No worries. How we doing, guys? Happy Monday to everyone. Let me know what you guys want me to have a look at. We've covered most of the stuff here. But yeah, if you guys have anything in particular, anything specific, or other questions, then throw it at me whilst Dirk's away. On the note of the dollar, let's have another little look at the Dixie. So this also comes into similar thing of what I was just saying. Looking for the Dixie to come back just a touch more, or sort of consolidate around here, a slight further push beyond these lows from today and the prior low there that matches. That'll take euro dollar back up towards that 118. We challenged the top side of this channel that we had coming through there. You got the 200 moving average in there too. Then we get the rebound from there for the dollar. That's kind of what I'm looking at for this week, I would say. Ord Franken or can. Ord CAD even. What's an Ord can? Oh, hang on. I'll go through. I'll go through from the top. If this will let me type, there we go. So NASDAQ, similar deal, or not similar deal, but similar deal to gold. I think we'll just keep pushing these highs. Very much risk on at the moment. Every time we've had these sort of decent pullbacks into relative support, we're finding more and more buying pressure. And for the meantime, I think that's just going to continue. We're pretty one-way train now that we've got that sort of rate cutting cycle coming through. All the big tech majors are holding up pretty well. And I think that's sort of what you got. So once again, as we've talked about a number of times in the past, let's go back out to the 1 hour here first of all, actually. We're basically just taking these, stair-step approaches higher. Look for the whatever relative pullback, find a nice buying point, punch it right the way up. So definitely better off doing that at the moment than trying to short any of these overextensions, because you're going to get chewed up mostly. Now, there have been some relative points where, it's made sense and we're, clearly rolling off and you just go by that shorter term technical structure. But overall, I would be looking for longs across the board. So for today as well, if we go to this guy, let's go check our options for today. As I often do for you guys. Don't want that. So 24,630 today for the NASDAQ. So we're trading just below that right now. 24,630 would be back up here by the tops. Given this current structure, looking at the 15 here, move back up into there sounds pretty reasonable. And that's what the options are pricing for today. So given we've now got this created this structure just here, that prior low, you can definitely lean on that, run long for a retracement back up to the tops from today. It's also where the options pricing is. So,
Hey, I just went long NAS, by the way.
Yeah, you did as well.
Yeah, I did just now. Without hearing what you said, I did it when I was away just now, and when I heard you. Yeah. Oh, okay, nice.
There you go. Okay. Very good, very good. Yeah, great weekend. Yeah, chill weekend. Like I said, I was just house sitting over the weekend, but it was nice. Sort of change of scenery from your own place as well. Get to run around with the dogs. It's good. Happy Monday, Joe. Indeed. Ord Frank, Ord Cad. Run through them. Ord Frank, one of my most not hated pairs, but I always just find it such a strange
Aussie Frank, like one of those pairs where I always lost money in when I was trading for a family office.
Yeah.
So obnoxious.
It's just a weird pair, like a weird combination, obviously. On the surface of it, looking at this guy right here, I would be looking for longs, to be fair. I'd be looking at something like that up to those prior highs before we fell off. Just particularly with Aussie dollar seems due for a reasonable correction as well, just like the other majors. So yeah, long, lean on that bottom. Simple as that. What else do we have? Or CAD. Or CAD's already started running. So yeah, I would have been looking at a similar picture for Ord Frank, similar idea. As we can see that across Ord CAD there, Aussie dollar here starting to run up. Got my Sue saying up there. But yeah, so I think we're going to have some slight relative outperformance for the Aussie dollar just in the near term. There are some lower levels to hit as well, but the same way with the other majors, I think we'll get that turn back up.
But if you have a choice now between Aussie dollar and Aussie CAD, would there be any reason for you at the moment to choose Aussie CAD over Aussie dollar? Because I mean, it's pretty much the same. I always would say like I want to trade the more liquid pair then, which obviously is the US dollar in this case.
Yeah, I would tend to agree with that. I think it's also just easier to follow that, at least for me, and how I approach things as far as the background construction in my mind of the sort of macro fundamental underlying picture as well from the US side and Australia, rather than like Canada is in like a weird boat between getting knocked around by the US right now. So I don't find it as much of a clear picture. Not to say that the US is a clear picture, but it tends to be very distinct, and it's easy to notice when things are shifting or otherwise, right?
Because last week we had the same discussion about cat yen and dollar yen, where I basically said, why should I trade cat yen when I can trade dollar yen? If there's not like a distinctive narrative between the USA and Canada that drives me to thinking the cat is massively going to outperform the US dollar, for example.
Yeah, because their economies are pretty similar. Obviously, massive trading partners. They're right next to each other. They've got their own idiosyncratic differences, but very similar. Almost the same way as Aussie dollar and New Zealand dollar. I'd prefer to run the Aussie dollar as a cross pair than New Zealand.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah, in New Zealand, I mean, it's like economy-wise, a couple of sheep, cows, dairy. No, I'm kidding, guys. Please don't hate me now if you're from New Zealand.
Yeah, no, they're definitely much smaller. They don't have the same, nowhere near the same.
They have a benefit. They would definitely be on the top 3 list of surviving a nuclear fallout. So
yeah, definitely.
I can see myself already standing there at the border and somebody say, "No, you were this guy in this live stream who was bitching about us.
Not allowed. Get out
Go
of
back
here.
to Europe."
Yeah. Oh, here's a cat.
Hey,
doing, buddy?
What's a black one also? Little one. What's its name?
Her name is Cat.
Cat. That is tremendously creative. Congratulations.
No, her name's like Nomi. We didn't name her. I didn't name her.
Okay.
I don't think it's a great name, to be honest, personally. But it was my housemate's sister's cat, and then she can't take care of her anymore. So
cute one.
We've adopted her since. You can't walk over my keyboard, buddy.
No.
You're gonna have to jump down there.
But she wants to sit there probably because it's like, the good space. And you're allergic to cats.
Yeah. No, not allergic to cats. But just
but they leave.
Gets everywhere. Hey.
Yeah, I think this is actually the most important question of the day. Is the cat profitable?
Definitely not. Definitely not.
And, I think this is Mike probably again, Hans Gunther. Mike, there's a fine line between...
No, it's Rich.
It's Rich. Oh, okay. Between having one cat and becoming kind of like the cat lady from The Simpsons with 4 cats throwing the cats around. No?
Hair everywhere. Yeah, no, she's a terrible trader. She used to, I've taught her to generally like not come in here. Sometimes if I've been sitting down here for a while and she's like lonely or something, she'll, she wants attention, she'll come in. But yeah, she used to come in here, walk around the computer, the screens, that kind of stuff, especially because it's warm in like winter.
Yeah.
And then,
I like that.
Yeah, she'd punch in all sorts of orders. And it cost me like 6 figures just for doing that. Yeah.
Oh my God. Lost my cat.
Which sucks because could have easily been the opposite, right? Because it's basically just, her walking around on a keyboard. It's like a 50-50 toss.
Yeah.
So I could have come back to, where'd this money go from? Instead it was all gone.
Oh my God. That's quite a story. Yeah, I agree. That's a sentence you're not expecting to hear every day. My cat is a terrible trader. But with stories like this, I always have to think about this. What is this YouTube channel or Instagram channel with this guy who lets his chicken always decide which trade to take in gold every day. And I don't know how that went down, but I don't think very, very well, probably also. But yeah, who knows? I mean, there was a monkey that proved he's a better analyst and trader than Wall Street analysts many, many years ago. So why not?
Yeah, it's always funny when people do that with fish, or like they have shrimp or something else, or like, you know, a crab, and they put it in the tank, and whichever one they go pick up, you know, they're like food and stuff. Yeah, that's great.
Somebody was asking earlier, RC, please share more on your NASDAQ trade if you can. What helped you make that decision, and what targets are you after? So first of all, like LJ, I had a look at the options expiries today, something I'm looking more into now again, after LJ mentioned a couple months ago, hey, this is actually very helpful. I always believed it wasn't very helpful, but I've changed my opinion since then. So thank you for pointing me into that direction, LJ. And I thought really basically, well, if the market is going to make a turnaround, it's going to be somewhere within this area. And the trajectory we are seeing is up. Again, we had like a quite not like a super positive early morning session, but for Monday morning, seeing movements like this, not only in gold, but also in the indices into the same direction, which is a bit odd. Speaking of this, is something positive. So I took a long trade. It's only a risk of 0.25%. Stop loss is at, where's my stop loss? 23,899. So quite a distance away. Typically a trade I would like, if possible, if it's not stopped out, if I don't get weekends, to hold on to for the rest of the weekend, potentially sell then Friday evening. So let's see how it goes. One of the rare so-called swing trades I take during the week.
Yeah. I was thinking about building like a further something I could use daily that would be good, that would be effective, and try to combine the like 0DT options, and then create some kind of, I don't know, other, you know, just risk, you know, delta neutral breakdown or something, and then obviously then apply my own thinking and brain or whatever. But I was thinking about
where your edge is, in my opinion, in your thinking and brain, because
yeah.
approaching that, I've tried that, by the way, from a like pure algo point of view. It's very difficult to find the edge because everybody is doing that.
Everybody's doing it.
And there's always like 100 guys out there that are better than me in algo trading, you know, and
exactly. That's why I like to do it, to see sort of where that stuff is pricing out to.
Yeah.
Where other people are already clustering to, and then just whenever spot moves away from that, basically roll back into it.
Exactly,
yeah. So.
Yeah, Pooley saying the NAS option price has not been hit yet today. What are your thoughts on that?
So looking for a pullback this evening, basically up into that area up there. We're very much bullish. I don't think we'll get a run down to these lows from last week just here. I think we're very much in a, you know, staggered stair-step approach running right up, especially after we had the drop-off from Jerome Powell. Took the short on that. Since then, we rallied very, very hard at the bottom and have just kept going and not looked back. So coming into this week, I would expect that momentum to sustain, and we should just keep driving higher. So yeah, looking for us to pull back into that top level near the peaks, which is where the options pricing is for today. I think that's a pretty good shot. You have this prior low created here as well, so you've got like a good point to lean on. Well,
but I mean, anyway, it's I think this question kind of incorporates also like the general problematic, the general issues you have to face as a trader every day. You know, when do I engage in my position and when do I get out of this? And many times it's like, oh, it would have been better to really wait until the exact number is hit, or I should front run that trade already. There are more than enough examples from my own trading where my general idea was correct, but my execution was not. I got in too early, I got in too late, my stop loss was too tight, my stop loss was too loose, my take profit was too far away or too close. I could have got more out of this trade. By the end of the day, like nowadays, and it took me many years to accept that, my kind of rule of thumb has become, if I'm able to kind of scalp out, let's say we have a move of 1% up, if I'm able to scalp like 0.5% or 0.6 or 0.7% out of this, I'm already very satisfied with it.
Yeah.
What I'm not satisfied with it is if my projection was correct, we're going up by 1%, but I still lose money. But that is like, it's not only selecting the trade, it's about the real difficulty, in my opinion, is about managing the trade, getting out of the trade. But everybody can open a trade. The closing part is the difficult one.
Yeah, indeed. I'm gonna have to ignore this sort of fair.
Defer yourself.
I just feel it. Yeah. It's so irritating. But I liked what Henry said before as well. I should call the cat margin call.
Yeah, that's very good. Yeah,
that'd be good. Yeah.
I always said if I get another dog, I'm going to call him Eurex, which is the German option markets.
Yeah. Nice. What else do we have as far as? Is there anything else you're keeping your eyes on today?
Of course, always on gold. So pulling back there a little bit now, but not too much. It's obviously looking for a long entry there again, but it seems a little bit like the market's calming down. I was in a Bitcoin trade. I can kind of show this.
Hey, that's another. Yeah, Bitcoin dumped today, didn't it?
Yeah, quite hard. Oh my God, hold on. What's the name of that chart again? This one here. Give me 30 seconds. So I was, this is with a bot that is trading live now since last week, Monday, which exited a trade, went short last week on the 18th of September at 117,200. About that area, closed this trade this morning at 112,600. So this is where I'm long currently, but it could become a trade also where this quickly flips again to a short position. But yeah, this is what my trading is at the moment. But this is really sentiment, technical based. I don't interfere with this at all. This is simply mechanically traded through a bot. That bot worked out fantastic last week. It's unleveraged, I have to say, but it made because we went lower, must have made like 3.5 or 4% last week, which is insanely great, especially if you used that unleveraged. I wouldn't be surprised now, especially if we see the NASDAQ really later on today going up again, to see a move back into the region of 114 to 115,000, and for sure then the bot would flip to a long position. Sorry, it is long right now. Would be profitable within this trade. Alternative is, of course, that we trend lower. Right now, Bitcoin is a little bit detached, in my opinion, from what we are seeing in the NASDAQ. So the correlation, usually we have a 0.93 correlation to the NASDAQ. That one is for sure lower at the moment. I don't know the exact correlation at the moment, but kind of leading its own life. And for Bitcoin, you never know what's going on in the background. Maybe you have some super large whales who are sitting on billions of US dollar because they had a laptop mining Bitcoin in 2010, selling their coins right now. I don't know. It's
because I did notice it's disconnected quite substantially from M2 ISMs, all that kind of stuff as well.
Yeah, but sooner or later it's going to catch up again. That's always the case. The question, of course, is it going to catch up and then kind of catch up with all the moves the NASDAQ is ahead already, which probably would mean we go to 125,000. This would very well fit into my opinion that I had for the past 3 years, that we're going to peak out somewhere between 150 and 200,000. But as the time goes on, I kind of become a little bit skeptic. Is this really going to happen? Is it really going to happen within the next 3 to 4 months? I don't know. I mean, once Bitcoin moves, it likes to move. When we are very quickly at like 130, 150, even 200,000. But we should see somewhere between November latest and January 2025, Bitcoin peaking again and then go into a bear market again, where probably the low is going to be around 60,000 US dollars. So let's see if that pattern really persists. I hope it does, because I want to buy at 60,000 again. And sold most of mine at 93,000. And but let's see. In the meantime, I'm really want to do what you said earlier. If there's not the time to buy, I rather let the money trade with a bot a little bit. And this is, as I said, unleveraged. And I mean, you can see already, if we're talking about 4% a week, this might as well be 4% minus, of course, the next week. So I don't want to go trade here with leverage, really. You can very quickly blow your account with that in Bitcoin, at least.
Yeah, definitely.
Everywhere, for a matter of fact. I think your cat wants really attention, man.
Let me put her outside.
Why are you talking to all of those people if you can spend cuddling time with me, LJ? Cute one.
Yeah, she'll be wanting attention because I've been away the whole weekend. Right?
Yes,
so
of course.
It's been lonely.
Of course it wants attention then.
Yeah. But
has been
meowing call as well.
Meowing, I like that one. Yeah.
Yeah, that or black swan as well is good. Yeah, I like it. Feed the cat. Yeah, I do have to feed her once I jump off. I'll give her some food. But yeah, like Henry was saying, jealous.
For sure. Euro dollar, you were long, you said? Or?
I was before, yeah. So I hit TP just before. So I had TP just up by the sort of rebound high, I guess, that we had towards Friday's close after making that dip coming into US Open. And then that also coincided with the 200 moving average on the 15-minute sitting up there as well.
Yeah. For me, I would like to see like a testing 117, 116, 90 again. This is like kind of where I would consider like maybe a small swing trade. Have your stop loss like narrowly under here and then aim for somewhere below the target. So basically, where's this position, long position? So maybe something like this.
Yeah, I'm looking to get short. If we get another small push higher from here, looking to get short down.
Or the opposite direction if that one goes first. Yeah. So that would mean you basically would trade.
So if we can get somewhere 117.80 to 118, I'll start to, if we
push back to the 8 weeks moving average, stop loss slightly over the high. That's a good risk reward ratio. You're above 2 there. But until that happens, I don't see necessarily any need to take action there, in my opinion. I'll let that on my chart to remind me if we really get there to take action.
Yeah, because a similar deal I can see on the pound. I think we've got some more height to come up on as well. So basically, I want to see this sort of play through up to that prior level there, right? And then find some kind of pause point between there and that sort of head there. So that's kind of what I'm looking at on the pound. Those levels come in somewhere around 135. What is that? 35 to 135, 45, 50. So that kind of 15-point range, just up there, and look for us to turn down. Either that, or we make one final gasp, can't get any legs, and just returns.
Yeah, maybe we see the pound also front running that a little bit again.
Yeah. So that's what I'll be looking for, and then try and see where each of those levels line up across all the majors. So euro dollar, similar deal. A run somewhere back up into this general higher block. See how far we get. Wait for some kind of hesitation candle. Same deal on the Aussie dollar, up closer to 66.20 to 66, sort of round number. We should actually get a touch above that. But right now we're struggling to get any legs beyond here.
Yeah.
So,
well,
West
Nico, you should go back in time in the stream. We extensively talked already about gold. So rewind it a little bit, and then you'll see our opinion on that.
Yeah. Don't spam, brother.
Please don't spam. Yeah.
We can see it. So
yeah. And if you spam, you're going to get banned sooner or later by the moderators.
Yeah. Gold, I would like to see a slight pullback before getting long. Basically, that's overall outlook for gold. I think we're still bullish. It's basically into this prior head that I want to see, this spike high that we had last week with drone power. Some kind of move back into there and then round off that and basically lean on that head from there.
Which is where? 37, no?
Yeah, 37.07. Peak high. So between there and 3,700, that 37.02 move that we initially, tapped into there and then came right off. That's sort of what I'd want to be leaning on at the minute.
A little bit too hot for me for a swing trade. I would like to see it lower, which probably is not going to do me that favor. But
yeah, for a swing, definitely lower. But sort of in this shorter term time frame, as we're still sort of rolling on, that would be my next point of consideration on some small pullback here and there.
Yeah. I mean, that's like one thing I said it earlier, we've deviated very far from the bull market support bands, and for me, important always the 8 weeks moving average. The last time before we had that pullback, at least to the 8 weeks moving average, was like we deviated 11.7% from that. How far are we away now? Not 11%. 6.66%, the even number. And so theoretically, there is still, of course, space left, but you don't. It's always the thing, I don't like to engage if we are already too far on the right of our normal distribution curve, I don't know are we here right now or are we already here? And the likelihood of, at least partially for a couple of days, it flipping again into the opposite direction, it gets higher. Then again, I get, of course, that you need to be with a momentum. And if a momentum is long, if we have a move like this on a Monday morning after an interest rate decision week, sentiment, economically speaking, it doesn't get stronger than this signal-wise. So for sure, it's just me being a little bit afraid and saying, oh no, I'm just going to say what my system tells me here, which is good, actually. I mean, the trade from this morning was a good entry at 7:10. I think this morning I said, wouldn't be surprised to see something like 35 or 40 later. So let's see.
And I was doing the same deal last week, waiting for that deeper pullback, and I was hoping from drone power from the Fed. Once we got that, we might have actually got a bit more of a substantiated drop, but we just didn't get that,
And it was kind of on a short time horizon what we saw on a long term horizon with NASDAQ, for example, always this V-shaped recovery. It's like as soon as you get those pullbacks, you have money flooding in, as if people are sitting there waiting. Oh, finally, it's pulling back now. I have to enter there. I'm talking about institutional money. The typical retail trader would, of course, always say no, it's going lower. It's going lower. It's going lower. But it's extremely difficult to catch those drops. really, because especially in gold, we are talking very quickly about moves of like 2, 3, 4%. And I mean, where do you want to put your stop loss and still have some alpha to the upside? You also don't want to have a target then, because you want to risk like 0.5%, and your stop is at 3,500. Well, then your target is already probably at 3,950 or something, which means you're staying in the trade for a very long time. You're paying a lot of swaps because you're short US dollar, and yeah, it's very very challenging asset to trade, in my opinion, because the wicks are crazy. In that sense, it always reminds me a lot of crypto.
Yeah, exactly. So you really got to, when you do get those drops, you really got to be on the market, like in real time, to play it out. You can't really, put something somewhere, set and forget, and walk away.
Yeah.
Because either, you will have a slight miss on getting tapped in, or you do get tapped in, but it just shot a little further, you're out, and then
exactly
very quickly,
the wick just stops you out,
minutes, and then it's gone. Yeah.
Which is always like the most frustrating thing that can happen. You have the right idea, but for whatever reason, the reason, of course, is always your own fault in a sense, or it's bad luck. You could call that as well, as you get stopped out. It's part of the game, but it's hard to accept, because especially when I was still a beginner, this very often led to me to revenge trading, to say, I had the right idea, now I'm going to choose double or triple the position size because I want to earn my money back, which then eventually will result in a margin call.
Yeah, exactly. And like you were saying last week, like I sat on my hands with gold all last week, and I was looking for some of these pullbacks to then get long, and then so I just didn't participate at all because of that same reason. I felt we'd run, very far, very hard, very quickly, and gold can easily delete half of that in 1 or 2 trading days, only to pause and then be right back up there 2 days later again. So I was looking for those entries, but just like you said as well, very the fact that we have moved up coming through this Monday after the central bank announcement is a very, very strong signal. So I think I've kind of thrown the towel in on trying to look for these moves lower, and I'm probably just going to go with the momentum now overall. So.
But let's see, it's like maybe the whole picture is already different again this afternoon, and somebody saying gold is going to hit 4. Okay, no, I'm not going to put that on the screen.
We're not going to 4K. I think he means 4K rather than 40,000, right? But I don't think definitely not going to get there the end of the month. End of the year, my target was sort of 3,800s.
Nice.
3,800 to 3,850. That's what I set out in April. It might be the off chance that we get to around 3,900. That's sort of where we peak out, pulls back a touch, and we consolidate those higher levels. Which right now, that's actually looking pretty reasonable.
It's very reasonable. I mean,
year-end,
we're like $75 away from that now.
Yeah. So by year end, we could get, I think that 4,000 just sort of psychological number. We're up in no man's land. I think that's when people start to call time on it for now. And then, so somewhere in those, towards that 3,900 kind of area, I think we'll start to see some kind of topping formation from there. So,
would you touch any gold shorts if you see something right now on your charts, or would that need to be like super convincing what you see there?
I would if we had the right structure. Like when the market's looking like this and we're kind of just like up and away, always going to be very hesitant, even if we get some kind of topping thing rolling over here.
But that's the thing, you know sooner or later the move, and it's going to be probably a violent move into the other direction, is going to come again, but you just don't know, when is this going to happen.
So selectively I will do so, but I feel like it's very much like the NASDAQ at the moment. I'd much prefer to see the drops come in and then buy the bottoms right now, rather than trying to step in front of the moving train just to pick up a couple points on the
picking up pennies in front of a freight train.
Yeah, exactly. Because I mean, like, look at this. Like, we just keep rolling on, right? You know, it's similar to how you use the 8. I use like a 10 moving average.
And look at this. It looks even here on the 5 minute like the momentum is actually picking up, no? Not
Exactly.
slowing down right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like to do that on the very short time frames as well. I think moving averages, if you combine like maybe 2, or I prefer 3, because I like to add the 200 also, which you probably also have there. And it's great to identify pullback zones where you can re-enter into the direction of a trend, which obviously is long. And look at this, how the price really how to say that, really respects what is that upper moving average you have there?
10.
This one, what is that?
10.
The 10 moving average. So what the price did in the last 50 minutes, that is then.
Yeah. So that with what you're saying, would I basically what I will do when I'm looking at these shorter term time frames, is when you get price starting to ride like that, so long as we're still running above the 10, I consider that momentum still valid. Because you tend to, you come right back in, touch it, run away from it, touch it again, and keep running. And then I want to see it come back below the 10, typically go to the 50, which is this blue guy here. Touch that, then it comes back up. The top touches the 10 and basically rolls over. So that's when I sort of consider the momentum faded, or dead.
Yeah.
And then look to reverse something.
Is the yellow one the 200?
The 15 as well. Yeah, yellow is 200. Yeah.
I like to use that one when it goes back to the 200. For me, it's always like, okay, the market is resetting itself.
Yeah.
And then I want to wait again for the breakout. So I'm not going to trade like any crossovers of moving average, but I want to wait. Then maybe again that it breaks out, goes over the 10, then comes back to the 10, then comes back to the 50, where my buying points would be. So typically like to kind of try to scale into the market. But I don't do that very often nowadays anymore, because it takes a lot of time to sit in front of my screens, which I just don't have that time anymore. And so I kind of said goodbye to trading a strategy like this. But I used to do this with euro dollar, for example, a lot, and was fascinating how well it worked. That's on days where you have momentum. Because if you are talking about days where kind of your moving average cluster together, don't trade a strategy like this.
Exactly. So this is sort of something I'd be looking at right now. If we got that, pull back into here, up into there, right off. Now, as we know, these are some of the prior highs that we had in here. So you consider them kind of, consideration points, put it that way. And you've got the 200 rising up here. So probably that would sit back around there at that point that would come off from. So this would be my like strike zone through there to then potentially get that run back up.
Yeah.
Right. And similarly, point where I consider exiting the short there. So.
And that is such a nice way also to use moving averages. Everybody, like I said just now, is always like, if you read a book about moving averages or strategies, it's always about crossover. You're always late to the game with moving average crossovers. It just doesn't work, Except you have like a super move into one direction. But likelihood that it's going to kill your account is very high. But to look at like, use them as a gauge for momentum. How much momentum is in the market? We are trading above, in LJ's example, the 10 moving average on the 5-minute chart. That shows you there's a lot of momentum in the market. So you can use, either you can analyze, for example, the angles of the moving averages or the slope of the moving averages, or you can, my strategy really would be here, I probably would enter a long position on the first pullback to, what is the middle one, the 50, I think you said, no? Or 15?
Yeah, sorry. Oops. The blue is 50, red 50, is 100.
Yeah. That is probably where I would like try, okay, I'm going to buy here, I'm going to scale into my position. my stop loss would be just slightly underneath the 200 moving averages. If we move further down to, in this case, your 50 moving average, I would engage in my next position. So as you go down, and let's say you want to risk something like 0.5% in total with a trade like this, my first trade would probably be something like 0.1%. When we go down 0.2% to scale myself into the market. I like to do that a lot, but it's very hard, first of all, to automate that. So it's really, you need a lot of experience, you need a lot of patience to do that, and you need to be super focused on your charts. And as I said, this is something I cannot do nowadays anymore. But
I find it similarly on the 15. Like, it's pulling back into that 10 moving average on the 15. Yeah, really good. Same deal. And then that would be similar to what you were saying as far as buying off there. That's that 50 point on the 5 minute, of course. Great strategy. Something like that.
But you need to have the patience, of course, also in doing that, but it's and for me fascinating. This is always a sign of something good if something works on different time frames, not just on 5 minutes or 1 hour or daily charts. And basically what you are showing, that it's the same, like I said here, with my 8 weeks moving average, with my bull market support bands on the daily chart, with a weekly moving average in this case, where you also see if we have a trend that has established itself, these pullbacks to the 8 weeks or even to the bull market support bands, always great areas to re-enter the markets, even the 8 weeks. Doesn't work always, of course, this is why you have a stop loss. But in general, just a simple strategy like this. This is very simple. It doesn't get any simpler than this. You need like 3 minutes per day to see is there a trade currently or not, And I don't want to say I guarantee, that would put me probably into trouble, but I can promise you have a very high chance to outperform anything that your bank can offer you in terms of return on investment.
Yeah, it's definitely probably my number one go-to, like 101 strategy approach for like teaching someone new as well and they're learning. I think it's got a good number of concepts about the market. It works on that multi-time frame approach as well, thus allowing someone to sort of familiarize themselves with that shorter term, medium term, longer term kind of picture. And you can build a lot of different approaches. So like very much intraday trading stuff, as well as good for like long-term holds, stocks, that kind of thing. And it's great.
As you said, it incorporates everything. First off, you trade with a trend, which is always easier. I remember when I was a super beginner, I was always looking for those contrarian strategies, because I wanted to be the smartest guy in the room that spot the absolute top or bottom. Sometimes it works. Many times it ends in disaster, and you lose money. But like this, you also, you incorporate, like you say, the basic fundamentals of the markets. Hey, we have a trend. So we have a series of higher highs and higher lows. Then we have a break of structure, which the last time for gold was obviously this area where we went into a sideways trend, not a downward trend. Then we have the break of structure to the upside again. Like we also said many times, like the compression zones that gold like to form. And you can make your life very easy with something like this. Probably this is the hardest part, I have to agree with what Rich said earlier, is patience. You cannot. But at the flip side, probably many of you guys watching out there, you have regular jobs that you need to attend to. So if you have a strategy like this, where per asset, once I have my setup, I probably need like 2 minutes to look at that assets. I do that for 10 assets that are hopefully not so much correlated, obviously. And then I have 10 assets, so I spend like 20 minutes every day to see, are there setups currently, are there not. I put in my take profits and stop losses if there are, and I have a chance of probably well above 50% to earn some money with each trade.
And then you just add in one small other part, like when you have the momentum stuff, are we getting higher highs, higher lows? Great. That's like the final little piece as a qualifier to add to it. And then boom, you've got like an actually workable, proper strategy and
Exactly.
approach, and precisely one that, like you said, you can, take very little time out of your day applying it, or you can be very active. Like
It's your choice, yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Like you just thought, you can do that on the 5 minute. You can even do that on the 1 minute chart. Albeit you need to accept, of course, that probably your success rate is going to be a little bit lower because there's more noise when looking on a daily chart or weekly chart. But just because there's more noise doesn't necessarily mean there's less alpha. So, but in my opinion, you need a little bit more experience to be successful with this on 5 minute and 1 minute charts. These indicators, very simple moving averages. So I have a daily chart here, in this case of gold, and I add a simple moving average, weekly moving average, that is, which you can define on TradingView if you're using this below here. So what your time frame should be to calculate this 1 week. So 8 weeks simple moving average. Then those red and yellow lines down there are a simple moving average of 20 weeks and an exponential moving average of 21 weeks. Very simple. 5 minutes to set that up in TradingView, save a layout, and then you can write that one through the time frames like crazy.
Indeed. And yeah, definitely don't forget to like and subscribe, guys. Throw us a little thumbs up there. Always helps. So
that massively helps. This is basically what we consume as live streamers. We live off likes and subscribes. Subscribe is always a big lunch, and the like are the little snacks.
Yeah. They fuel for the engine. There you go.
They fuel the engine, absolutely. How many likes do we have today, by the way? Let me have a quick look here. 54. Come on, guys. We are still on for 22 minutes. I think we can reach 80 at least, no? Until then.
Yeah, pump that up. Yeah.
So if you haven't done so, give us a like. Much appreciated. Let's pump it up to 80. Mm-hmm. All right. What is NASDAQ doing? Not much at the moment. So
I was just seeing what other bits and pieces we had tonight for. There wasn't any other news, was there? It's just
today's like no news. Yeah, nothing coming out. At least nothing important. I filtered this here by if we go down to less important. Of course, there are plenty of things, but let's stick here with the ones. Tomorrow, at least in terms of news, is going to be more interesting. However, I quite like also if we have those days in between where we don't need to be too much focused on the news. A week like we had last week, I don't really like weeks like this. The market is so weird sometimes, and it's not really after the decision itself, and things, in my opinion, become a little bit clearer again. And I remember, I think I wrote as a comment in one of your live streams last week, I think it's going to be buy the rumor, sell the facts once again, which kind of it was, at least for a short while. And but weeks like this, where we have, of course, economic news, which we always have every week, there's just no week without any news, but where the markets can, for most of the time, really be driven by support and demand and not by pure speculation on how the numbers are going to be. I enjoy that very much.
Yeah. No, I get what you mean. Yeah, it's much clearer rather than sitting there having to second guess everyone else's perceptions, expectations, and current positioning for where we are. The
dollar's moving, man.
Yeah, we're getting that further move up now, up into this general area up here, which I'm going to start considering something. We'll see if we actually get a full push on up towards that 118 more properly, or if we start to stall out by these odd levels through here. So getting interesting though now. This is the I1 up here, so I'll see how we fare around that point for today.
Are you all the pivot points or what?
Yeah, the pivot points.
Okay.
Yeah. So I do enjoy good pivot point. So
it's like I do enjoy a good cigar and whiskey. I do enjoy my good pivot points.
Yeah, again, another one of those pieces sort of add with the moving average stuff. Like we're saying, I sort of have that as my general outlay on most charts. Again, for one of those quick visual references, you can kind of see where the sort of basic expectation for the for price range that day, given the prior day's volatility. So it's kind of just like an immediate ATR kind of outlook.
So you would use that as a tool of confluence, for example, with moving averages.
Yeah.
Are those daily ones or the pivot points?
Yeah. So these are daily. Yeah.
And we can see already, it's kind of starting to respect the pivot point there.
Then you go out to 1 hour. This will show like the week.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah. Yeah, there you go. So I'll be looking for some kind of see if we get some sort of top up here, and then look for a bit of a retracement.
I think Pellicode is short euro dollar with a comment like this. I really need euro dollar to get there. Is that like where you shorted it, mate? So you want to get out of your position at break even?
Otherwise, he might be long now, looking for it to complete the move up, right?
Oh yeah, that can also be. I hope so. I mean, that would be fantastic. That is always a good feeling if you start your week and your first trade is a profit already.
Profitable, yeah. She slays NAS 242. Nice.
I like it.
Hi, Mike. How we doing, mate?
Mike. See, no wonder I mixed him up with Rich earlier, because their profile pic is kind of the same.
Yeah, that's
at least
fair,
going
actually.
into the same direction. Let me put it like this. How's it going, Mike?
It's very yeah, they are very similar.
When is your next competition head-to-head battle on, by the way? This week?
Wednesday? I think it's Wednesday. Jonatan did post.
Let me see. I think we probably have that also in the description. Challenge here. So you are up against Will, correct? On Wednesday at 12 p.m. CEST. Yep. Then we have Rich against Jonatan on Thursday. We have Samir going against the winner of Anastasia and Petro. And on Thursday also we have Derry against Carla. So the plot is thickening. It's going to be exciting. You think you win?
I think it's going to be close. I think it'll be interesting, me and Will.
I
very
think
close.
So too,
yeah. And then we'll be at 12 p.m. CST.
So I mean, I as much as I love you, I have to say I hope you lose, so I don't have to fulfill later on my Donald Trump bet.
Yeah. I have to win just for that.
Just for that.
Yeah. It's going to be great. But yeah, I think we've got Anastasia and Pedro coming up first, and then me and Will after that. Yeah. So yeah, it's going to be good.
Anastasia is also somebody who I can imagine can win the whole thing. Actually, everybody is, I mean, by the end of the day.
Yeah, no, it's going to be super close. I was meant to get a costume. I don't know if it's going to arrive here in time.
Oh my! You ordered a costume for Drake?
Not like not some full costume, but I ordered like a couple bits and pieces. Just yeah.
Maybe since I'm so much now short term, always into algo trading, I should order like a RoboCop costume.
Yeah.
Justice has been served. Man, I loved those movies when I was young.
Yeah. RoboCop's great.
Yeah. There's a game on Steam also, RoboCop, and it really has this great 80s kind of early 90s feel.
Yeah.
Where RoboCop just walks in the room and then he shoots everybody.
That's brilliant. That's brilliant. I have to check it out.
Do it.
Yeah.
I have it, but I never have time to play it.
Yeah. Dude, that's been my trouble with anything at the moment. I did end up just taking this because looks as though we may be getting that stall point here.
You got into the short on that one, yeah?
Yeah. So I'm
I
going to
think
bring
that's
this
not
up.
a better. And it has a good R, very good R, actually.
Yeah. So I think I've got the take profit just here about 44 a bit. Yeah. So now, obviously, if we only get down so far as today's pivot, sort of 55, something like that, then happy to take it. But anyway, like we'll see sort of convergence of these guys running up somewhere in here, right? So that might be the general take profit area, depending how much momentum we get.
So there you have it. One short in euro dollar right now. My NASDAQ is also picking up a little bit of momentum. 19 points in profit there right now, which accounts to the incredible amount of $7.30. It's a coffee already.
Oh, what a shame with Piastri as well, by the way, on the weekend.
I had to think of you yesterday. Actually, it's kind of surprising that we didn't talk about this yet in 2 hours. But he just continued, what he did during qualifying. So, but it was, the qualifying definitely was more entertaining than the race itself.
Yeah, no, that was such a weird race. Hey?
And of course, again, I'm going to out myself. I quite like Lando Norris actually also, but he's like, whenever he has the chance, he either doesn't manage it by himself, or this is the second time, the box crew messes up. Like those 2 extra seconds he had there because he was in the box for 4 seconds and not 2 seconds is what he was missing on Sonoda and Lawson. I think it was in front too. Oh man, so frustrating. But at least now it's only 25 points. And if it continues like this, I tell you, we're going to see Max Verstappen also aiming to become world champion again. It's not that far anymore.
Craziest upset ever if he makes it. And with how far they both dropped down. Because he needed, if he got the next couple race wins and then assuming they still come in sort of like second, third, it would have been very tight and he could just take it out. But now that they took that dip and didn't get anywhere near the points that they need to keep running.
And he was in a whole different world again, no? The car seems to be better now because even Sonoda managed to get points. But he's like just in another dimension, and he always delivers when he has to. It's crazy. This guy just doesn't make any mistakes. Yeah.
I wonder if they've taken some of the learnings from the V-carb car and seem to have maybe just gone like, all right, look, that's working. Let's just copy that over here because some of the setup. Because they're still going really well. Also
true, very true. Yeah. And then in his meantime, he still races the Nürburgring and does sim racing. And this guy is like 24/7 racing. It's insane, really.
Absolutely nuts. Absolutely nuts. That NASDAQ trade is running really nicely also.
Yeah.
Indeed. Yeah.
But let's see. That's one really I plan to hold on to that one a little bit longer because it's such a little risk. Knowing me, probably the latest Tuesday evening, I'm going to close it. But let's see.
That's totally fair. What else is there? I can see. Just looking at my terminal just now.
With Bitcoin coming a bit higher now again also, but not really.
Yeah, it does look as though it's trying to sort of base a little.
Gold is moving up together with NASDAQ. With also, who cares about what markets are supposed to do anymore? Just everything up. I know somebody earlier was asking about platinum, which is something I do not look at all. Have you ever traded platinum?
Yeah, platinum a while ago. Like I think I was trading a bit back like 2018, 2019 sort of time. And particularly around the whole further expansion of the whole electric car, type situation, right? So that's what sort of put it on my radar as a potential kind of pickup. But yeah, it's just kind of weird. And then I sort of just, I guess COVID came through, and then I just forgot about it.
Yeah, it's kind of the same with palladium also, which is I remember with options we love to trade that one because you got a nice volatility always, which is of course good if you want to short the option, want to be the option seller. But it's also something I moved away from simply because it's and for that matter of fact, copper, for example, is a market like this again. It's very much driven by the internal mechanics of producers of the material and manufacturers, and I just do not know enough about the intricacies of those markets. And this is like one of my go-to mantras always. If I really don't know the market or what drives the market, I'm going to stay away from it.
Yeah, which is totally fair. I agree as well.
You don't need to be on every market, no? I mean,
no, there's plenty of markets out there to participate in. So.
What are you looking at, guys, at the moment, dear audience? I see somebody is looking for good gold buy limits, which is something we talked about earlier as well already. For gold, buy always the same. I said it earlier. I would like to see the pullback, which might be coming, which probably is not coming. But that one personally for me, because I think we are too far on the right side of the curve already. But then again, from that super all-time overshooting candle from moving away from the moving averages, we still have like 4 or 5% to go. So if I think, honestly speaking, if you don't use too much leverage, if you don't risk too much per trade, and saying not risking too much per trade, I'm really talking about something like 0.25%, 0.5%. For me personally, 1 or 3% is already too much risk in a market like this. You probably can enter gold at any time in a long position and at least have a decent chance that it's going to move in your direction and not get unlucky, that you buy at the top and then it goes into a correction.
Yeah. I agree.
Look at dollar yen. It's like doing nothing now.
Yeah, I was looking at dollar yen just a moment ago as well. I was like to see if we're sort of basing there, sort of cross comparing that with the euro shorts I was looking at. So I've just hedged the euro short for now. So we started running off.
You hedged it. That's interesting.
Yeah, because I was looking at that the higher level potentially for us to run to, or whether we just stopped at that.
Yes, right. moved upward. I see. Yeah, I didn't pay attention to that just now.
Yeah.
So would you add to that position later on, or?
Yeah, potentially. So if we move up through here, then I'll take pref on that. I'll normally hedge that position out at like 1.5 times the current position I have. So I pick up a little bit more, either just clear the hedge altogether, don't add to it, or sometimes I'll add a second portion once we reach that topping area. All depends on like the volatility that we've got that day, the confidence in the move, the structure, what other cross-correlated pairs are also doing. So that's what I was trying to check dollar yen here to see if we're actually going to get some kind of basing type thing here, run up or not. So
interesting.
Yeah, because that's kind of the moves I'm seeing for today. I mean, pretty quiet, like we're talking about. There's not much in the way of.
Yeah, we had like the larger moves really right away this morning before we started our live stream already, and things have calmed down. I'm sure they're going to pick up later again when more comes in for sure. So let's see how things are then. Interesting that you do that with a hedge of 1.5%. That's quite an interesting strategy. What makes you do that? Why you're not just closing the short trade and going long with one?
So long as they're it's always 1.5 times the size of the prior trade. So not as like a percentage, but just as a total size. And generally it's because I'm still confident in that, and the two trades are only like a couple pips away from each other.
Oh,
right. So you could easily have this, run up to here, take another little dip down. We then find further, sort of support here, and then complete the move. So I don't necessarily want to just jump out of it right away, then be entering something else.
So you're kind of subsidizing your short trade in a sense.
Yeah. So it just saves a bit on commission, and then also trying to continually play each side as a one-way bet. I'm happy to see both. I can see both sides of the move, the trade, and then just manage them through that. So I've got basically this would be the long that's in here, and looking for wherever we get up, whether it's here, punch through, come up to that higher area, and then I just remove the stops for the time being. Yeah.
Okay, interesting. Never thought about that, but I can see the why you're doing that. Definitely. It also takes like the weight off your shoulders a bit to have that situation that we were talking about earlier, that you are unlucky stopped out of your trade and then it goes into your direction.
Yeah. And then it makes it easy that if this is just a final gasp type thing, and then does just start to turn around right away, then I can just scrap the hedge long, and then it'll just continue running, right? So it just sort of, at least for me, gives that optionality. It makes it easy for me to manage and conceptualize both ends.
Yeah. Somebody asking, I guess in a nutshell, if the pivot indicator is your own creation, or if it's something that is available for free on TradingView.
Yeah, this one's just available for free on TradingView. Pivot Point Standard is what it's called. I do have other personal ones I've made for C-Trader and that kind of stuff, with slight variances in some like calculations, that kind of thing. But yeah, the one you're seeing here on TradingView is just Pivot Point Standard, free indicator. Search that, you should find it. So
awesome.
There you go.
Alrighty, so we have Richard and we have William in the background already, being super hyped to join us, hopefully. You guys ready? So if you want, join us at any time you would like.
Yo. What's good?
How you doing?
Yeah, how you doing, guys?
Going well, man.
Good, man. I'm back home.
Yeah.
Where's home?
Home is Wales.
Wales?
Yeah.
That's a white spot on my personal map. So
yeah. Right, you have to color that in. Come take a visit.
I think weren't you in France somewhere, in Paris or something?
I was. Yeah, I was touring Loire Valley.
Wow.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, very nice.
So lots of driving. Dude, I was tired, man. I still haven't calculated how much driving I've actually done, like what's on mileage, but it's a lot. Like I looked at how much it cost me, and I was like, oh my god. I was like, god damn. I could have gone to the Maldives. I could have gone for a decent holiday. But no, man, it was so much fun. So much fun. No, I'd definitely do it again.
Yeah, very nice. Yeah, jealous. It'd be so good. It's so far for me to get over there,
Yeah, no, true. Yeah, fair. That's facts. I'll tell you what, though. One thing I haven't missed is the fact that I have now wrapped my hands around my coffee mug and officially, for the first time in 2025, put the heating on.
Yeah, I wanted to do that this morning actually as well, because it was like 7 degrees. But You know, we Germans are always like very strict about processes. So we have something here in Germany called the heating period, which basically means this is when you are allowed to turn on your heater, which starts on October 1st.
No
And
way.
even
Okay.
if the temperatures drop to like 0 degrees, you know, the management of the office that runs the office here, they don't turn on the heater.
Oh my
So
god.
they
Wow.
leave you freezing. It's like one of the most German things, in my opinion.
Oh
No, it's not
wow.
allowed to turn on your heater before October 1st.
Oh my god, mate, that's wild. That is nuts.
Yeah, it's starting to heat up over here, so
Oh yeah, you are
not
upside
excited
down,
for
right?
it. Yeah.
Summer hemisphere,
Summer
not
hemisphere.
southern summer hemisphere.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Richard Butler. Yeah, you're the same, mate, aren't you? You're gonna start heating up soon.
Yeah.
It was 32 degrees yesterday.
Wow.
Oh, mate. My hands are jealous of that right now.
Really, yeah.
Lovely.
Really. All right, guys, I gotta make a move, and we'll leave you in the more than capable hands of William and Richard. Have fun, and thank you for being with us here for the past 2 hours. And let's see what the rest of the day and the rest of the week will bring. Make sure to leave us a like, subscribe to the channel, and also make sure to have a look out for the trading competitions that are coming up this week. We have some very nice pairings still going on there. So come and cheer for whoever your favorite is. In that sense,
Absolutely.
take care, guys.
Good.
And bye-bye.
See
Bye,
you,
Dirk.
Dirk. Still I did.
I'm gonna dip out as well. I gotta say bye, guys.
great.
I gotta go get some other stuff done as well. So
Awesome
I'll
stuff.
leave you guys all in Will and Rich's capable hands, and yeah, see you again tomorrow.
Awesome stuff. Nice
You,
one.
LJ.
See you, LJ.
Enough,
I'm
man.
good, bro. And
Yo.
too.
What's up, my friend?
What's happening, brother? Right,
How are
let's,
you?
ooh,
We
what's
should probably
going
do a
on?
screen share, right?
I've just read. Oh, hello. Oh, I'm big. Oh, guys, you got a full ass view of me. Let's grab the screen share. I do apologize. Let me grab a screen share up in here, so you don't have to look at my ugly mug for too much longer. Right, hang on. Let's have a look. Richie V. Okay, there you go.
This one's mine.
That was a close. That was good. Okay, let's try not to mess that one up next time.
Well,
Welcome, guys, to our cowboy stream.
cowboy stream.
Oh, what's good, guys? How we doing, man? I keep knocking into my briefcase. There we
It's
go.
the absolute chaos stream. Let's put it like that.
Yeah. You got us now. There's no more organization with Dirk and LJ. You got us. So good luck, and yeah, may the trades be with you.
It seems as though LJ is lurking in the background.
You right there, LJ?
Yeah, I just saw before I was going to come in and fix up the chart because I just realized.
Yeah, no, it's all good.
Didn't
I
remove everything
sort of
first.
jumped on and thought, oh, I'm here. And then
Yeah.
forgot that I had to share my screen. I was like, whoops.
Yeah, no, it's my bad. I should have flicked it over first. Anyway,
Oh,
right,
yeah,
see you
that's
guys.
all good, man. It's all good. See you later, LJ. See you, bro.
Cheers, LJ.
Oh, mate. I mean, I've got my first coffee of the day, so I'm waking up a little bit now.
Oh, mate. I think I've had 3 cups of coffee today already.
Oh, man, I'm still trying to. I had a few coffees over in France. It was coffee, cigar, and croissant was basically my daily breakfast out there. So,
Did you experience any like new croissants, like new styled ones?
oh god, no.
Like not the typical just buttered croissant. You got yourself like a filled croissant with I don't know, some custard or some cream or something.
Yeah. Bro, stop talking.
Yes.
Nah, I had a pan of chocolat, if that helps. I mean, that's basically a croissant filled with chocolate. But nah, man, I'm an original sort of guy. You know, I like my originals. You know, so I just had a standard plain croissant.
Man, I love croissants.
Yeah,
I
so do
absolutely
I.
love them.
So do I.
I never used to, but
know?
like
Oh,
the more I had it, the more I just couldn't go without it. Became a bit of a problem. I had a croissant sitting right here.
yeah, mate. Oh. Mate, I got like half of half of France cuisine around here at the moment.
Yeah, you're gonna have to work your little buttocks off to get those off.
Yeah, fair. Yeah, true that. Yeah, mate. Yeah, I definitely need to do some gym work. I'm gonna hit the gym today, I think. So I need to start get myself back into a routine. So
it's about time. Let's be dead.
It's about time.
Yes,
Cheeky.
it is about time. You've been lazing around way too much.
All right, what's going on with my trade? Oh, I was just leaning on my keyboard and my trading view wasn't working. I was like, what the hell's going on here? Turns out
I was about to say, did you just enter a trade?
No, it's all good. No, it's all good. It's on my trading view. It's fine. It's like, although
lucky.
what I have been doing is logging into all my accounts. Turns out, this is what I mean, guys. Like this is why I love a trade copier. I've hard breached one of my accounts today, and I was like, oh no, I got an email. I was like, how have I done this? I was like, well, how have I breached an account? I've gone past the 30-day inactive trading days on one of my accounts. That goes
did
to
you
show.
forget about the account, or did your copier not work?
Well, no, the copier stopped using them. So I used Traders Connect, and then they stopped using MT5 for a bit.
Oh, mate.
So yeah, so I just forgot about that account, and like I was there, like multitasking, like trying to trade all sorts of different accounts, and then it turns out I forgot about that one.
Like, how much money do you need to have in order to forget about an account? Jeez, I would not forget about any of my accounts, like ever. Mate. I see someone is asking which EMAs you use. I'm probably assuming you're asking about mine. It is a very typical 20 EMA and a 50 EMA. It's just, and then I have a sessions indicator, and I've been recently playing around with the idea of pivots, the same as LJ, but it is yet to
work.
Yet to like incorporate it. It's just kind of like there, something that I started looking over the weekend.
Yeah, you're 20 and 50, aren't you? Yeah, because I'm 20 and 200.
I do use the 200 as well sometimes, but I would. It's like a very quick. Okay, what is the 200 doing? Are we trading above it? But then after that, I go down to the 50 because I found that on the 50 you do tend to have like this nice little gap.
Yeah, but you're sort of intraday, and you're like that's why you use that. Yeah, see, the 200 for me is swing only. I barely use it.
Yeah, and the thing is, I know Dirk likes his like retracement back to his 200 EMA, or I think he's a simple moving averages over weeks, the week EMA, SMA actually, and for the 200 EMA, it's nice. After a weekend or something, I put it on the 200. I have a look at what was last week's directional trend, and then come into Monday, see where we're trading during Tokyo, and then from there on, I change it over to the 50, and then it's more of a condensed look. I don't need to look at the higher time frame anymore because I know what was the trend and where it was going. Yeah.
Nice. Have you caught anything today, or
This one.
You've marked these up?
Yeah, this
is recent. These are recent as well.
Yeah, this was a recent one. I reduced my risk a little bit to 0.25%. Because we were moving upwards and we were making more bases. This was the initial base of this morning during our stream this morning. And then we had the breakout and then another base and then another break. And it was with this secondary break that I thought, you know what? I don't think we're going to come back to test it. So I waited for another break and then another base and then just a continuation. I entered there. I went into drawdown a little bit. Wasn't all that much, close to five pips into drawdown. And then it's only just hit TP like within the last half an hour or so.
That's EU, isn't it?
Yeah, that was EU. Of the two that we were checking this morning between GU and EU, I liked EU more.
Yeah, I thought you did. Yeah,
made a little bit more sense to me.
Yeah, I was just looking at EU and GU now, and if I just bring mine up, there you go. So this is GU. This was from the our stream this morning, mate. This did nothing. So still looking at this. This was after this big move up. I mean, I may see if we can get a scale, or I say a scale. And guys, I didn't actually enter this trade. We did discuss this, but I will see if I can get an entry on something similar. on GU. I'll see if I can actually enter on stream. That would be super cool. And then this was the EU that I drew up, which would have been before your EU. So your EU would have been here.
Yeah, my EU, the entry point was 11.15 by me, so 10.15 by you.
Yeah, so yeah, you would have been looking at something like this.
Yeah, so we had that little bit of consolidation, and then we had the break and close, and it was on that close that I entered.
Yeah, I thought so. Let me have a look.
And it just so happened to be the 15-minute close as well, the 15-minute candle.
So, dude, I don't think I would have hit TP on this.
Well, mine is always like either a 1-to-1 or 1-to-1.5, and this was a 1-to-1.5.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't have hit TP on this yet. So I'm going to leave it open. I'm going to see if my strategy would have worked with your analysis. So I'm going to leave that open and see if it hits TP.
Using my analysis, but with your strategy. That sounds deep.
Yeah. Let's see if we can sort of like merge our brains.
Oh, mate.
You got plenty of space in my head, mate. I ain't got much going on.
You imagine.
Mine's full of croissants at the moment,
I'm buttery sustenance.
Mate, literally. Like the first half of today, I was still in. I mean, we're still in the first half of today, but I was in France mode. I woke up this morning and I was just a bit, zombie in it. So we'll see. Hopefully, I can try and pick myself up a little bit now. I mean, towards the end of the stream, I started really pumping myself up. So I'm keen. I'm awake now. I got my coffee. I'm feeling active.
Have you eaten something?
No, I haven't eaten something yet. Usually I break my fast about 1 p.m, give or take.
Okay, so you're another hour and 20 minutes, give or take.
Yeah. I won't eat until the end of the stream, and then once the stream's ended, I'll probably have like another meeting, I think, and then I'll probably eat after that. So I probably won't eat now until about 1:30, 2 p.m. So it's all gravy, baby. I had breakfast. I actually had a hell of a breakfast in France as well. So trying to get back into that fasting mode now.
I was about to say, it's like if you go to a country like France, which is all about their cuisine, then obviously
you're going to indulge. Yeah,
you're going to indulge.
Yeah, you're going to eat.
I see a lot of people are asking for gold. I don't know if you want to run through gold quickly.
I'll tell you what, I'll flip the camera back. I'll flip over to your screen, and then I'll have a bit of a catch up with chat while you do a bit of a breakdown of gold.
All right.
So, Henry over here as well. Henry saying, come do your trade to survive challenge in Australia. We have heaps of backpacking. Dude, like, has anyone actually seen that? Like, Rich, have you watched that video? Mate, I had so much fun. Like, I had so much fun. So I think next, I don't know where we're doing it next. I did speak to Jord. I'm off to Hong Kong in January for a few months. Go back and visit my partner's family. So that's going to be super cool. So I'm going to see if I can fly my brother out there and do a trade to survive challenge in Hong Kong. I think that would be awesome. But mate, like episode 2's coming out this week. It was so much fun. Like, I can't wait for you guys to see what happened. I'm not thinking.
If you do a challenge like that, like let's say for argument's sake, LJ and Jordan, which is they're in Australia. One of them is on the one side, I think Brisbane, and the other one is on the other side. Not entirely sure, but let's say the one gets into a little van, and all they have is like they have enough rations to last them, let's say 2 days or 1 day or whatever, and they have to transit all the way from, let's say, East Australia to Western Australia with only their trading capabilities at hand. So your first 2 days are like, imagine that, just there, it's comped for the first 2 days. You have water, you have fuel, you have food, all of that stuff. But after the second day, see how far you can get east to west.
Oh, mate,
can you imagine?
That would be savage.
Like, long term, obviously, it's going to take you a while. Australia is a massive, massive country. But just like building on that idea, obviously it's their thing, like not going to take it away from them, from Trade Delicious, their little idea that they have, but like bigger.
Like, well, I think that's the plan. I think that's their plan eventually, is to go a little bit more sort of longer, you know. So I think like we've already discussed a few places. Like I said, I'm not going to give too much away, but we have discussed a few places, and let's just put it this way: like there's been like a week or weeks plural in the talks and floating around. So that's all I'm going to say, man. That we're just doing daily ones at the moment, just to see how it works and to see whether you guys like it. But providing it kicks off and you guys are enjoying what we're doing, then there are talks that they're going to be like week long, if not weeks, plural long. So yeah, they're super keen for that. It's going to be so much fun. Pooley, hello, gentlemen. Hello, Pooley. Hello, Poo Poo. How are you doing? Hey, fellas. What's good, man? How are you going? Louis, what's good? Hey, guys. Greetings. What's good, my man? Corn. I don't know what to say about that. What do you mean corn?
Probably the asset corn, not the band.
I don't trade corn.
I don't even think I have corn on my trading view.
No, fair. Akram saying, Akram, do you see my message earlier as well? I'm pretty sure I did message you back. I don't know if it's sent or not, but I did.
Send it to the right Akram.
I think so.
Or was it Aram?
Oh, I'm not sure. Maybe. But Boyd, how you doing, bro? Good to see you in Akram. Croissant and eclair is based. Oh, mate, an eclair is good.
Love an eclair.
I do like a good eclair, but my croissant, or as literally my missus went around all of France. Like, I mean, we toured all of Loire Valley and every single day. It was, she'd wake up and go croissant. She was like, babe, can we go get a croissant? So like, it was so funny. And ever since then, it's no longer a croissant, it's a croissant.
Croissant.
So I do apologize if there is any French in, but we've just mutilated your accent when it comes to croissants. So I do apologize about that. I say, you can get them in Littlewell. I know. Derry said that last week. I was there talking about eating croissants. In fact, I had a plate full of croissants. Derry goes, "Well, you know, you can get those in the UK, right?" I was like, "Nah, but it's not the same." Also, I had snails. Ewan had frog's legs in Paris, but I came home early for that journey, unfortunately. But yes, we did have snails as well. So, you know, we did enjoy the cuisine. And I don't know if any of you follow me on Instagram, but guys, I mean, like, you should see some of the food that I was eating out there. It's all, I've made a highlight of it in my sort of on my bio or whatever you call it, on my homepage, we call it. And mate, it was mega. Like, the food out there is so good. But yes, is part 2 out yet? Alex, it is coming out this week. I think it's tomorrow, actually, or it's either tomorrow or Wednesday it comes out. So yeah,
we'll definitely give it a little watch there.
100%. Do you have trader meetups in South Africa? That's really interesting.
I don't think we do, but it is something that can be arranged. It's something that can be created for the future. It is something that we can think about, yeah.
Also, guys, I don't know, like, this is Will Davis personally asking any of you guys. Like, I don't know if we got anyone from Hong Kong in here, but like, my missus is going to be working when we're out there, and I'm going to be trading, and the time difference, it allows me to have a lot of time to myself. So if anyone, like, if anyone's traders or anyone knows any like trader hotspots in Hong Kong, let me know, because I'm going to be out there for a couple of months, and it'd be good to see if there's any other traders out there, because I'm going to have a lot of free time, or if anyone wants to be my tour guide of Hong Kong while the missus is working. But yeah, guys, I'm also planning on doing some trader meetups anyway, so that's going to be super cool. Hey, what's good, man? How you doing? Moroccan Technologies, how you doing, guys? Euro USD. We caught some nice longs on Euro USD, or certainly Richard Butler caught some nice longs on Euro USD earlier. Guys, I'm Slugs with shells.
Escargot.
Yeah, mate. My Instagram is Will_Davis_official. I am blue badge, so don't get messages or scammed by someone who's not really me. So yeah, I am blue badge.
Shall we have a quick look at gold?
Absolutely. But
Quibus, I have absolutely like zero social presence. I don't have Instagram. I don't have TikTok. None of that stuff. I'm old school when it comes to social media. However, we do have a YouTube channel, Will and myself, but we can link it in the bio if that is something that you'd be interested in. We usually have a morning session right at London Open. So yeah, that's generally where you can get either myself and Will.
yeah.
Shall we have a quick look at it gold?
Let's do it. What you got for us?
So this morning, this box that is here, this was just a little box that I drew for Wednesday last week's high, which was also the highest point of the all-time highs, basically. So if I go and have a look at how it reacted, it was just a massive wick. But if we go down to the 5-minute during that time frame last week Wednesday, I basically just took the top of the wick and the body of the candle close before it started moving down. So I took this as a area of resistance / support once it got broken through. And then during the day, I look at 15-minute bases in the direction of the trend. So Tokyo opened up. This 15-minute base that I drew down here was just the open, basically, just to see if we are bullish or bearish from the start of the day, from the start of Monday. And we were dwindling around this point, started pushing away from it, attempted to come back and started creating the trend, the trend, which became bullish for that specific time frame for Tokyo. I marked a 15-minute base, and then we broke through the all-time highs. Broke through it, closed, and then started retracing. Initially, I wanted to go for a buy, but I wanted to have a fib 50% retracement at least, which would have been a nice rebound off of that resistance area that has now become a support. So I would have wanted price itself to rebound off of it and then continue higher. But we never even came close to touching the 50% fib or even the little support zone. So I then marked out another 15-minute base, and it just started moving ahead from that. So if I had to estimate, let's rather say, whether or not we're going to have bullish continuation, in my opinion, 99% we have bullish continuation, and we're going to continue going bullish. Where do I think we will probably meet up? That is where that nice pivot point comes into play. This is the R3, let's put it like that. We've already broken through R2. So we're at R3. This is where I'm saying we would potentially have gold move to, because we don't have an upside like a few months ago that we can target. We don't have a target point. So it's all speculation from this point. So speculative, I think that we can potentially come and reach 3752. That is at least another $28. So a 280 pips movement. Is it 280? No, I think it's, it doesn't matter. It's like the amount of pips doesn't matter. It's $28, give or take, from where we are now. That's what I'm assuming we can have with gold. However, it is just as likely that as we're moving up, we start making a little bit downward movements and then attempt to start going up again. This zone to me is still a playable zone. This 15-minute base is still an area that I think we can retrace to. And then there's always still the all-time highs as a resistance support point that we can also attempt to come down and test again. But as of right now, my bias is gold buys, and for the foreseeable future for me, it's gold buys. And my bias is purely based on what we've had recently, as well as the fact that we've broken through the all-time highs and we've continued above the all-time highs. That's it. That's what I'm seeing. Like if you're looking for buys, I won't fault you for wanting to take buys. Myself, I'm still looking for a buy entry point. For me, something in the line of making a base candle like this one that's on the R2 as an example, and then continuing on that, and then looking for a 1-to-1 or a 1-to-1.5 R. That is something that I would generally be looking for. So yeah, gold very much still bullish. And that's my viewpoint on gold. It's probably going to continue going bullish until it reaches at least one point where we're going to have quite a bit of resistance, and then it will start either plummeting because people are taking their profits, like it did last week Wednesday when we reached all-time highs and it started drifting down. But so far it still looks bullish, so I'm still going to have the bullish viewpoint. That's it. That's what I see on gold. I think you're muted.
Right?
No, you're not muted.
I did just put music on, but the music's gone. Huh, that's weird. I like a bit of background. I totally agree, man. What's going to hit first, though, 4K or December? Because if we hit December first, I don't think we'll hit 4K this year. Because I think people are going to take out, Christmas. Like me and Jonatan were chatting about a couple of weeks ago. Christmas comes in, people are getting paid, taking money out the markets. Things slow down, bonuses come through. I don't think people are going to be investing heavily over Christmas, especially in gold. Even though gold is one of the safe havens, I don't think that's where people are going to be wanting to put their money at that time of year anyway. So I'm hoping we got what, $260-ish until we hit 4K on gold. So what's going to go first, gold or December?
Well, since August the 27th to where we are now, we've already gone up by $404. And in order for us to reach a 4,000, we need to make $272. Now, obviously, the time frame is different. There's a lot more little bit more volatility and all of that stuff, and it might be quieting down. I think we might see gold hit 4,000 before December. If it
I think so. If it doesn't hit before December, I don't think it's going to hit.
Yeah, if it continues the same trend.
Yeah, 100%.
However, what you mentioned, businesses are taking leave. There's people going on holiday. People are paying out. There's businesses that pay out a bunch of like bonuses and holiday stuff and whatnot. There is a potential that it might not even come close to 4K and drifts down ever so slightly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, or certainly I think it's going to slow up. Like gold's just going to hit the brakes, I think, and then maybe in the first quarter of next year we may see 4K. So we'll see, man. We'll see. Time will tell. But yeah, I think. I predicted back in January at an event. I was on a panel, and we were chatting about gold. And one of the last questions and this was from, I think he was a hedge fund guy, and he looked at me and he goes, "Will, gold 4K, yes or no by this year?" And I put my word on the line, and I said, "Yep."
Reputation.
Yeah, I put my word on the line. I said 4K in Q4. So I'm going to be so interested to see if it hits. I'm dying for it to hit 4K, at some point in this quarter. So we'll see, man. If not, I'm going to eat my words at the next event, especially if he's there. I'm going to say to him, I'm like, that's fair, that's wrong. But we'll see. Just catching up with chat, guys. You guys are really active today, so we do apologize if we miss anything. Will, I would appreciate you to reply to my message above. Thank you. Jedi Master, I'm sorry, but first things first, what an awesome name. Let me have a look. Let me have a look at your message. There we go. Yeah, so, dude, I do apologize for missing this. Hi, I am new to trading. I never traded before and came across your channel just now. I'm based in the UK, so it matches my time. Can you please explain how successful percent-wise you are in trading strategies? Yeah. So the first answer to this is going to be a joke. The second answer, I'll give you a real answer. So the first answer, my trading strategy has a 100% win rate 1% of the time. So for those of you who did miss mine and Richard Butler's stream this morning, that was one of the guys. One of the guys posted that. So no, that was a joke, man. So Jedi Master, we'll give you a real answer now. I'm a full-time trader, 7 years in. I've been full-time about 5, I think it is. 4.5, 5 years. I think it's about 5 years this year. I've been full-time, but I've been in the market 7 years now. My win rate has fluctuated, so it's gone from anything from a 30% win rate. I actually had my best winning month at a 30% win rate. But right now I'm looking at around about mid to late 60% win rate on my trading strategies. And keeping things real simple, man. Keeping things real simple. I do trade predominantly London. Having said that, though, maybe New York has been a little bit more profitable for me at the moment, but New York is where my strategies... London is where my strategies lie predominantly. So welcome, first of all, to the welcome to the 5ers, welcome to the stream. I hope you stay around, and I hope that you are starting your journey in trading. If you're UK based, I'm actually speaking at an event called the London Prop Expo. So make sure you get to that. It's this Saturday. I don't know if we can get the link posted to get tickets. So if you do want to come check out, there's going to be loads of traders there. There's actually the CEO of the 5ers. He's going to be there. He's speaking. I'm going to be speaking. I'm actually speaking twice. Once about my experience and my journey in trading, and then how to stay disciplined and stay profitable and consistent in trading. And that's going to be about 3 p.m. as well. So, dude, if you want to come listen to me speak, if you want to come chat with me, same goes for the rest of you guys in chat. So trading is a very lonely journey. So it's a good job that we have got communities like the 5ers out there. So welcome to the 5ers, dude. Hopefully you stay around and don't be afraid to come ask any questions. And I do apologize about missing that. And guys, like I said, if I miss your comments, just maybe nag me in chat. I mean, don't spam, but nag me in chat, and I'm sure I'll pick it up. Yeah. Let's have a look. Let's try and catch up with chat a little bit more before we continue the chart analysis. Is that for parking, Will? Evan, what are you on about, dude? I can't remember what you're on about. Morocco was saying, what am I doing in Hong Kong? Maybe what am I doing in Hong Kong? So my partner is from Hong Kong, so we're going back for her friend's wedding, as well as just going to go see her family. So she's from there, so we're going to spend a couple of months. I think we'll spend about 6 months out there, 5-6 months. So I'm going to be, in fact, I'll actually be streaming from Hong Kong. So
I was about to say, you're not leaving me alone, are you?
No, I'm not leaving you, Rich. Don't worry, man. I'd never do that. Dude, I streamed on holiday. Best believe if I'm moving country, I'm also streaming from that country. And that's what I mean. So, I'll predominantly be trading the New York, why do I keep saying New York? The London session. So that's what I mean. But that's going to be really late in the day in Hong Kong. So that's what I mean. If anyone is in Hong Kong, then dude, hit me up, because I'm going to have so much time during the day, because she's going to be in work and I'm going to be twiddling my thumbs. Pooley, is that the Apex Brother one? Yes, it is, my friend. It is indeed. We're only new. We're basically, we just check out the London Open. It's literally a small community where we're just checking out the stream, checking out the trades in the Open just before the 5ers go live, and then we jump on with the 5ers. So that's what we're doing, guys. I like white color on my car, but not on TradingView. Interesting, man. I'm the same as you, mate. I'm not keen with a white background on TradingView. It hurts my eyes. But I mean, Richard Butler's isn't quite white. It's like an off-white. So
yeah, it's like a cream white.
Yeah, I don't mind yours. Yours is okay. I quite like that. But I know what you mean. Like, that's why I've got grey. So if we see my
Go to yours.
if we go to mine here, you can see it's a grey background. I'm really boring. I don't like exciting colors on my chart. I find exciting colors gets me. It plays with the emotions. It gets you excited. If you look at a casino, casinos are bright flashing lights at you all the time, different colors. So it's very distracting. Whereas like my chart, black, white on a grey background, super boring. Nothing special. Doesn't give me anything to get distracted about. And I just keep things really simple.
Yeah, I think, and we've had this discussion so many times before. Trading itself is already complicated enough. Whatever you can do to make the actual trading more simple for yourself, do that.
100%. Yeah, 100%. Simplicity is key when it comes to trading. I find the most overcomplicated strategies are the least profitable.
Yeah, I mean, the more factors there are in your trading style, the more things can go wrong. But also, the more things you have to look at, the more, let's say, higher quality trades you might have, as an example.
Yeah, potentially.
Maybe not as frequent, but...
Well, that's the thing as well. I think a lot of people try and overcomplicate their strategies just to try and make it frequent. They're always wanting to be in the market. Like I said to you guys, I actually bust an account today because I left it so long without trading it, which is really annoying. I think I've only taken 2 trades this month, which sucks. I mean, it's good that I've taken 2 trades this month, but at the same time, because I've only taken 2 trades, I actually forgot about another account that I usually have on a copier, so I didn't give it the attention it needed. And so sometimes if you're not trading enough, there are pros and cons to it, especially given that I like to keep things on a copier so I can keep things nice and simple and I can manage a portfolio from one screen. However, because I felt a bit higgledy-piggledy and all over the place, I forget about one. But yeah, keep things real simple. 1 or 2, think about it, 1 or 2 trades a month. You imagine you have a 50-50 win rate and you take in 2 trades a month and you have a 3 RTP. That's a 2 hour a month. Your net profit on a 2 hour, and then that's risking 1%. 2 hour on 100K is $2,000. Okay, you're going to take into consideration profit splits, but $2,000, that's what, $24,000 a year, dude. That's a decent wage just for trading twice a month. Keep things simple, guys. Just do the basic maths. You don't need to overtrade. You really don't.
Yeah, 100% agree with that.
Yeah, keeping it simple. Devonish saying already going on Saturday. We'll defo catch up. Awesome stuff, man. That's gonna be super cool. I'm really excited for this event. It's the first event, like a proper event that I've actually been to and spoken at. Yeah, the 5ers did one about 3 years ago, I'm pretty sure. So that was really cool. But I'm really excited for this one. I get to speak about the prop industry and my experience with it. So that'll be a first time. So super keen for that. If you want the tickets, the link is in the description. And yeah, a great opportunity to meet Sal, the CEO, and Mickey in person. Connect with traders and share strategies. Absolutely, it's a great place to be. I think the 5ers event was the first event that I actually went to regarding trading, and I met so many awesome people. Like I met Alex. I met, in fact, Rich Wells. Richard was there. That was super cool, but obviously I didn't meet him. I met Anna. So back in the day, that was super cool. I met so many fantastic people. In fact, I actually met Jordan. So I met Jordan from
Delicious Jordan.
Yeah, that's how I started. That's how I got into Trade Delicious. So guys, go into these events, networking with these like-minded people opens up more doors than you realize. Like I wouldn't be here right now if it wasn't for going to these sorts of events. So don't be afraid to jump out of your comfort zone. Don't be afraid to jump into something that may be slightly out of what you usually do. I did it, and then look where I am now. I'm a full-time trader. That gave me the opportunity to go out there. But now I'm also streaming in front of you guys, which is super cool. So come connect with us, come say hello, and I don't bite unless I'm hungry. So maybe catch me after 1 p.m. Well, where did that go? There you go. Well, Will, thank you for your honest reply and your bio. Much appreciated. Can you send me the link to the event? Absolutely, man. There you go. So, yeah, mate, the one thing I will say is I'm honest. I'm a very honest person. I'm very open book. Ask me anything, and I'll try and be as open as I can. There's some stuff, obviously, I won't tell you. But that's stuff I keep personal to me. But yeah, I'm a very honest guy. My trading, I live trade my genuine account. I'm funded with the 5ers. I have got the certificate around here somewhere. I was actually going to print it off and put it on the wall. I just haven't gotten around to it. So I actually got funded. I actually got funded live in front of everyone as well. It took me about 6-7 months. So yeah, this account that I trade on stream is the account that I actually got funded live with in front of you guys. So yeah, man, come. Don't be afraid to ever ask me a question. I'll make sure I answer it.
A plethora of knowledge on this channel. So if you are new here, you don't even have to go anywhere else. You can literally go back into YouTube and you can go and look at the 5ers Funding and Beyond's catalog. There are so many videos, so many live streams that you can go back to. You can go have a look at them, and there's so much knowledge for you to just pick up straight from there.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Yeah, absolutely. That's the luxury about the 5ers. That they're not just a prop; they genuinely want you to succeed. So there's just so much information, and like I said, just the wealth of knowledge. The guys in chat, it's not just me. It's not just Richard Butler. LJ, Jonatan, as sees here. And that's just naming a couple of them. They're all absolutely fantastic in their own way, but they're all very different in their own way as well. Like LJ, his fundamentals is just beyond my comprehension. Whereas,
So good.
yeah, absolutely. Whereas I'm a little bit more sort of shorter intraday. I do swing trade, but not on a fundamental. If I bring up my swing trades, they're sort of, so this is the US 30 or the Dow Jones. These are some of my trades. I've got a 2-hour trade here, 11-hour trade there, 5-hour trade just down there. And then I have got intraday strategies as well on those sort of within a swing trade. So that's super cool. Okay, we've got a NAS. I think I've only placed 2 NAS trades this year. So one down here at 11R, one down here at 8R. These were held for months and months and months. So that was great fun. Yeah. But Euro JPY, I actually done this on stream. So I took both these trades on stream. This one here was a 1.3-hour trade, and then I scaled into a 2.5-hour trade. That was in and out all on the stream. So that was super cool. But what I also did was I traded in between, as you can see just down here. I don't know if you can see that okay. But just down here, I had intraday trades on my intraday strategy within my swing trades. So yeah, we all trade very differently, but we all have something to offer on stream, which is super cool.
Yeah, that's also something that we can consider. Is you don't just have to have one strategy. You can have a swing strategy and then an intraday strategy, a scalping strategy, a trending strategy, a consolidation strategy. You can have multiple ones. It's whether or not you have the discipline to keep to those specific trading strategies and try and force markets to follow your strategy. So tailor your strategy to follow what the market is giving you versus saying, I think that it's going to go long, and you just put in your trend following strategy, and then all of a sudden we're in a consolidative market, like let's say it's a holiday, bank holiday or something like that. So just things to take into consideration prior to.
Yeah, absolutely. This is a super awesome question by Moroccan Technologies as well. How did you become a full-time trader, and why do you think streaming is important? How did I become a full-time trader? I stopped worrying about making money, and I actually decided to keep things simple. So the minute I kept things simple in my trading, I took new highs. And the minute I stopped worrying about making money, so the minute I sort of took off that goal of, oh, you need to make money now, you need to do this, you need to get 2R. The minute I just said, if you make 2R, great. If you make 0, also great. You know, I just took that psychological sort of flaw away. Why do I think streaming is important? I don't. Streaming is not important at all. Streaming community is important. I think having a community full of other traders is very, very important to make sure that, you know, it's a very lonely journey. So streaming for me isn't important at all. I do it because I think it's good to be honest. You know, I don't think there's many traders out there like the guys in the 5ers, you know, where we are very honest and open with people. So I think that's why streaming is important, because it allows us to say, look, guys, we haven't got Lamborghinis and lifestyles, and we're not trying to scam you and sell you fake stuff, and we're not out here trying to be gurus. You know, we're just normal traders out here having a bit of banter and, you know, trading as well. So streaming isn't important for my trading, but it is important to show you guys that we do exist. You know, you're not alone. You're not, you know, it's a real tough time. I had a real tough time beginning in trading. I had a lot of doubt. I had a lot of self-doubt. And then I had a lot of external people doubting me as well. So to know that you're not alone, and to know that there's other real human beings out there that haven't got 500,000 followers on, you know, Instagram trying to sell you some Lamborghini guru lifestyle. You know, I think that's the most important thing, is trying to like show you guys that, hey, you know, hello, we're honest traders. You know, we're real. We get funded, we get paid, or we don't. It's as simple as that.
Yeah, don't buy the dream.
Yeah, exactly. Don't buy the dream, live it. You know, live your own dream. Don't buy into anyone else's. But what about you, Rich? You know, how did you become funded, and, you know, what's your opinions on streaming? What's your opinions on community?
So when it comes to streaming, I think when I started trading, it was incredibly lonely. I was the only person in, let's say, my friend group, in my family that went into trading, and it's very difficult if you're trying to build something, but you're the only one building on that something. So having a community was something that, for me, eventually became like the most important thing within trading. The thing that I find without community is that we kind of marry our biases or biases, and it's very difficult for us to get outside of our own thinking. So you see something, it confirms, and then you're like, yeah, this is what I'm seeing, this is what I'm going to do. And there are so many people out there in the community that may have done this for a lot longer than you have, and their input can really assist you in doing, or at least to break your biases. So for me, the thing that was the most important was the fact that I was looking for that community. I was looking for something that I could share, because I couldn't do it at home. My wife is not into trading, and my family is not into trading. So I wanted a community. Say again.
I can imagine your wife now. Babe, look. Fair value gap, order block, profit, TP.
Yeah,
oh no, stop loss. Shut up, Richard.
Yeah, so exactly that. It's like she's incredibly supportive, but could not help me grow as a trader in trading specifically. She could help me grow as a supportive point, you know, like supporting your husband, that kind of thing. So the thing about streaming that is important is you get to experience other people's opinions in the market, especially if it is proper trading. Like in my case, I found LLTF, which was William and Rich Wells, who both of them are now with the 5ers. And what I loved was the fact that they were trading an actual account on stream. They were showing you the entry points, they were showing you their analysis, why they wanted to be there. And there was no fluff. There wasn't any editing done. Well, the video was edited. Obviously, they had like editing things in there, but like the actual trading was unedited. So it was a unbiased look at what was trading about. And they weren't doing things like, oh, I'm full margining only on Fridays. They were not full margining some of their trades. They were showing genuine risk management. If they had like a losing day, Will would be a little bit upset. So you can see the psychological side of things. And that is what I took away from that. It was a visual representation of something that was lacking in my trading because I was doing it alone. That is what I love about streaming. And it's the same reason why I'm here now. And it's the same reason why I have a stream in the mornings along with Will, is because it's community. It's the lonely journey is not so lonely anymore. And on top of that, you get to learn so much about other people's viewpoints. Will and I have a very similar trading style, and we can see each other's entry points a lot more easily than somebody else can, for argument's sake. Like, let's say somebody in chat would want to say, okay, Will is going to enter here. He and I can see each other's entry points because we have a very similar trading style. However, the way that we manage our trades, completely different. When we want to enter our trades, like for argument's sake, he would not want to enter on a breakout. He would want the retest. I'm willing to take the breakout, as an example. So it's a very long-winded way of saying that the thing that I found important about streaming was the fact that it's community and you get to learn and you get to do something that is slightly uncomfortable. Because when you started streaming, Will, was it something that you naturally just grasped at? Or was it something that you...
Hell no.
It's something that's outside your comfort zone, and it pushes you a little bit, and you get to experience something that is uncomfortable, and you get used to being uncomfortable. And then when you do want to take a trade on stream, it's not that bad. It's you're not afraid to be wrong. You know,
I'm actually more comfortable now trading on stream than off stream.
Yeah, because you have somebody to talk to.
Yeah,
you have somebody that can challenge
literally.
you, that can ask you, hey, listen, why do you want to do this? Why are you entering there? Have you considered this? Have you considered that? And so on and so forth.
Yeah. Absolutely, mate. Yeah, definitely. Like when I first started streaming, man, I was bad. Like I was really bad. I had a dodgy mic. I was like, for about half an hour. It was like, just like if you go back onto like LLTF and go back to like the original streams, like the first streams when we had like virtual backgrounds and all, like I'd be swinging like this on my chair. Like, hey, and it's like, oh my god, you're like making me like. I watched it back and I was making myself feel dizzy. Like I started feeling motion sick. So, dude, like it's what, like, don't get me wrong, I still rabbit now. I do go off on tangents, and we do get a bit.
I just went on one.
Yeah, that's what I mean. We go on sidetracks and we do get digressed, but that's the luxury. That's what I mean. We are real people. We're not perfect. We're not robots. We're not here programmed to do a job. We're here just being ourselves. So that's what I mean. When we react, like someone trolled me last week. We get trolls. People will come in and not everyone will agree with my opinion or Rich's opinion or Jonatan's opinion. So we get difference of opinions because we're all human, but we react differently and we will react in our own unique little way. So I got trolled last week and I had the perfect response to it, I thought. So
I mean, in your mind, it was the perfect response.
Yeah, exactly. However,
you're different.
Someone may not have liked it. So that's what I mean with streaming, guys. Don't ever worry about someone judging you. And like, I think I actually had this conversation with Rich a couple of days ago. I said, dude, like, you're doing a fantastic job. Rich, I think you've picked it up a lot quicker than I did. I took a good few months, whereas, you came on pretty naturally to it. So I was pretty impressed with that. But that's what I mean. It's community. We don't have any, like, we no longer feel alone. We're now, we've got someone to talk to. We've got someone to banter with. You guys in chat, it's that friendship mentality. Rich, you'd still be in the bathroom now without Alex.
Stupid spider, man.
For those of you who don't know, that's an inside joke between Pooley and Rich. So that's what I mean. It's building connections and it's building friends within the community that you're trying to jump into. I dived into the Forex industry or the trading industry very, very, very alone. I lost friendships. I lost relationships. Like I was dating a girl and she just could not handle how much effort and time that I put into trading. That wasn't meant to be. You develop and you find friendships that work for you. And you guys in chat, I've built so many friends now in the trading industry that, I wouldn't have even imagined having. However, I wouldn't trade it for the world. Because now I found my place. Now I'm in a community full of people that I feel natural with. So yeah, like Prudy said, Rich is a natural streamer, effortless, 100%, man. The only person
inflating my ego quite a bit. I don't know, I might just have to start selling a course or something just to bring my ego
down. Start selling signals, man.
The only person I can't judge is Rich. All kinds of names. Don't know who I am judging. Listen, Void, Akram, you're the one that started with this stuff. Like, Void is the trader. Akram is the guy that was struggling with trading. Void was the alter ego. Everybody needs to get their alter ego. My alter ego is the Oracle. It's Sitna.
Dude, I don't actually think I have an alter ego.
You have an alter ego. You've mentioned your alter ego before.
Have I?
Yeah.
I think Will Davis is just ego.
Where'd the account conqueror go?
Fair. No, yeah. Okay, I like that.
If you thought Will Davis was egotistical, wait until you meet the account conqueror, Davis. Whoa.
Yeah. Oh my god, I forgot about that. He hasn't come out in a while, I suppose. He's been sitting in drawdown.
Yeah, it's Will Davis running in drawdown at the moment, like.
However, I did come out of drawdown on one of my accounts last week, so that was super cool. I did come out of drawdown, so that was a bit of a weight lifted. So that was
here's a good question from Kuba28K asking, how do you determine your daily bias?
Oh, okay, I got you. That's a good question.
How do you get your daily bias?
How does Will Davis understand a daily bias?
William the account conqueror, Davis.
You want William the account conqueror answer, do you?
Let's bring out the account conqueror.
Let's bring out the alter ego. So honestly, I don't care about daily bias. I don't care where it's going. I don't care if it's going up, down, left, right, backwards, sideways. I really don't care. I look at where it's going in 10, 15, 20 minutes to maybe half an hour. So that's what I'm looking at. I will, however, jump up onto the 4 hour, see what's going on, like see if there's any swing trades going on. If there's nothing, then I immediately go down to the 1 hour. Once I'm down onto the 1 hour, I will have a look at my session highs and lows. I like to look at pre-sessions. I like to look at, London high, London low, Asia high, Asia low. I like to see what the trend is doing. I'm a big believer of trend is trend. So the minute I see a trend, I'm like, okay, so now we're in a downtrend. Cool. We're identifying that. Where would my lower time frame? And like I said, price is fractal. So what am I going to be looking at on the lower time frame? Okay, breaks of structure, pullbacks, breakouts. Okay, that's fine. Look at that on the higher time frame. So that's what I like to see is now that we're pulling up, there we go. We've got this potential imbalance here. We've also got this consolidation zone here. So there's going to be a potential where price may want to go up to, and then it could either continue lower or it could come down and then start shifting the trend. So that's what I look at, is that sort of midday trend, that sort of intraday shorter time frame trend. And then what I like to do is just jump down to the lower time frame, see if any liquidity has been swept, see if any structure's been swept, and then see if we've got any breaks of structure, any shifts, any momentum. See what the volume's doing. I have actually added a volume indicator to the low side of my chart, so that's super cool. Don't really use it. Don't know why I added it. I sort of see the volume in the candles, but it's there as a bit of a guide, a bit of an aid. So that's how I determine my bias, is where could there be a potential point of continuation on the higher time frame. So are we in a mid-trend? Are we pulling up to an area of interest? Are we currently in an area of interest? And how does that marry up with my lower time frame? So right now, I know that we're in a pullback. So therefore, I'm on a higher time frame downtrend. So as we're in a pullback of a higher time frame downtrend, is there an area on the lower time frame that I can get in on a long position to continue and trade that pullback up? So that's what I look for. My daily bias, don't look for it. I look for where the move is going next, whether that's going to be in the 5, 10, 15, 20 minute or the next hour. So I hope that helps. I'm not really one that jumps onto a daily time frame and sort of thinks, okay, where is it going for the rest of the day? If I was to, I'd always say follow the trend. Follow the trend until the trend stops trending.
Yeah, me personally, I also don't really trade according to a bias. I used to in the past, and I found out that my bias wasn't always correct. And then I would make mistakes intraday. Because I'm an intraday trader, I'm only concerned with, let's say, session bias. So Tokyo sessions bias, the previous day New York session bias, and the previous London day bias. And then I just want to see if we are trading in the same direction as the previous day, or are we trading in the same direction as the initiated direction from Tokyo. I only trade the London session because that's when I'm awake. Well, first of all, and secondly, there's enough market participation to drive the market in a direction. So I'll have a look at very much the same as Will. I would look at Tokyo breaks, the highs and lows. I would want to see if there is a specific area that is about to be tested. Let's call them significant areas. So a Tokyo high or a Tokyo low would be considered a significant area if there were multiple tests on that area over the last few days or the last few hours, as an example. But overall, I don't really look at the higher time frame. I don't check the daily all that much unless we are close to, let's say, all-time highs. So at the beginning of the week, I'll have a look at what was the all-time high. Oh, let's not say all-time high. What was the most recent high swing? And I'll want to see where are we in relation to that high swing. Did we just react off of it? And based on that, I can then say, okay, I'm more inclined to be in the looking for sells, as an example. But when it comes to bias, I feel like people marry their biases, and more often than not, your bias is based on what you want to happen rather than what is happening. And I'm more of a what is happening trader. So I react to the market. I don't try and anticipate.
Reactive, not predictive.
Yeah, I'm not a predictive trader at all. There are people that are really good at it. Like they can have 100%. They can have a look at the fundamentals. They can have a look at the technicals and say, this is going to go here to there, and that's it. I don't do that at all. I react, but I do have, like for argument's sake, my rally-based rally, drop-based drop strategy during trending markets that works really well for me. And it's not a predictive. It's more of it's continuing in the line of the trend. So it's trending. I'm going to follow the trend. I do have a consolidation strategy as well. That is basically just buy the high, sell the low. Not the other way around. Sell the high, buy the low. Don't do the first one. The first one won't work in consolidated markets. But in general, it's unbiased. I'm trying to trade without bias, and it's difficult because the one you feel like informs the other. Like you feel like your bias is going to inform your direction, and it's not always true.
Yeah, no, literally that, man. Just seemed bully. My alter ego is currently queuing in Lidl to buy some pan au chocolat.
Yeah, chocolat. Hey. Even Void is saying, mate, you were you in that convo that I had with Rich? That one was special. So this was the conversation that Void and Richard Wells had during the coffee with traders on Fridays.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, I wasn't in that.
That was the one where Void explained on a psychological level what helped him to become a better trader, in the sense that he completely disassociated himself from trader self. So Void, in this case, is Akram's alter ego, the trader, where Akram is the person wanting to be a trader in his life, and Void is the actual trader. Completely disassociated from the two and created his alter ego. And I love the idea. I think the idea is amazing.
Yeah, man, that's super cool. Yeah, I fully agree with you.
Fear is a big driver for people in let's call them the
100%.
failed attempt at becoming a trader. Fear is one of those things that's going to help, or that's going to cause you to fail. I'm saying fail in brackets because it's you're always failing until you succeed. That kind of
I was
thing.
going to say, yeah, no, literally that, man. Like, failure doesn't exist. Failure only exists when you stop trying. You know,
Exactly.
failure exists when you decide that enough is enough. That's the only time failure ever exists. The rest of the time, failure is just a lesson. And that's why I don't like the word failure. I do use it. I'm not going to pretend
Let's
that
say
I'm.
struggling then.
Yeah, exactly,
You're
man.
not,
Like,
you're
I'm
not
not
failing
going to
at trading,
pretend.
you're struggling at trading at the moment,
Yeah.
which means that you can
Yeah.
always pull your way out of it.
But I love the alter ego, man. You know, I was never that sort of guy. You know, I was never someone that even remotely considered that to be an option, and that's what I mean. So, you know, we, even as pro traders, and you know, I am a professional trader due to technicality. You know, I do make my living through trading.
Semantics.
Yeah, exactly. I don't call myself a pro trader. You know, I don't feel professional. You know, I don't feel like I'm the best of the best. But however, due to technicalities, I am a professional trader. I still learn from so many other traders. You know, I even learn from failing traders, as you said. You know, struggling traders. I've had so many people say, "Well, you know, I'm not profitable yet, but I do this, 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 this," and I've looked at them. I thought, "Oh my god, you're doing something more successful than I'm doing right now." Like, I could learn from you, even though you're not profitable, even though you're not successful, even though you're not a professional trader. I could learn this from you. So, you know, always be open to learning something, and don't ever think that just because you're more profitable than someone, or just because you're slightly more successful than someone, doesn't mean you're better than them. You know, that's what I mean. The trading industry has a very, very, very talented technique of humbling absolutely every single one in it. You know, I've read books like The Psychology of Money, a book that I'm currently reading at the moment. I've read books where, you know, the most successful multimillionaire traders have become broke overnight. And likewise with, you know, really, really quiet sort of dark horse traders have just become multimillionaires overnight just because they've compounded in quiet. You know, so don't ever judge a book by its cover, and don't ever judge someone for being either less than or equal to you. You know, always be humble. Only judge upon your own accord, and only judge yourself on what you personally are achieving. But don't be afraid to learn from someone. Don't be afraid to learn from someone less than you, above you, or whatever that may be. So that's the one thing I will say. Alter ego is a fantastic way of actually being able to identify other flaws in your trading by seeing yourself as someone else. It's something I've never considered. Akram or Void, I love that, man. Absolutely love that. Richard Butler, I think you do something very similar. It's not something that I've done, but it's something that I suppose that I've done sort of without realizing. I do call it, you know, my risk management hat. So, like, if I'm in deep drawdown back in LLTF days, I said, you know, guys, I'm in deep drawdown here, or, you know, the trade may take a loss here. I'm going to literally, you know, put my risk management hat on. I even joked about getting a hat and having it embroidered risk manager or risk management. So I guess we all do have some form of alter ego. So yeah, no, definitely, I like that viewpoint on it.
Yeah, there's multiple ways for you to bring a little bit of edge into trading for yourself.
100%. Yeah, 100%. That's what I mean. It's so unique.
Yeah,
You know,
if
your
that is
edge.
something that you need to do it.
Yeah, definitely, man. Yeah, definitely that. You know, your edge is going to be different to mine. Akram, Void, your edge is going to be different to Pooley's. You know, Moroccan, you're going to be completely different to Henry. You know, we're all very different people with different life experiences. Don't be afraid to try something new. But I absolutely love this. Bring out the Alpha Mega Dulux Pro Max Regal Imperial God. Oh,
Moroccan
man.
Technologies, if that is your alter ego, bro, let that be your alter ego. Great.
Yeah, man, literally. Losing battles but winning the war.
Henry's one. Good. Losing battles but winning the war.
Yeah, I like that, man. We all need today is buy gold. Yeah, 100.
So we can have a look at gold if you want to. Gold is starting to really slow down towards the upper end, especially on the lower time frame. It is looking like it could potentially want to start reversing ever so slightly.
Think about it like a slingshot. This is how I see gold. Like a slingshot.
Oh, a slingshot. I didn't know what the hell I just heard.
So you imagine, yeah, we got a slingshot here, with and then you pull it back, and then you fire it up. It goes up and 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 up, and then it starts to lose momentum, and it'll start flattening out, and then you start to get that drop. I see it a lot with gold, but at the moment, obviously, I mean, at the moment we've been very much slowing up without the drop.
Yeah.
But it's very much like a slingshot at the moment. I think we're gonna, especially on the lower time frame, we're gonna go up and up and up and up and up. We're gonna really flatten out. We're gonna have that pullback, and then we create a new slingshot.
Yeah,
we create a new slingshot, pull it back, and then fire it up.
I like that analogy. That's a pretty good one.
Yeah, that seems to be happening at the moment. Let's call it I'm gonna sell it on social media for £500. It's gonna be called the slingshot strategy, patent pending.
Gold slingshot.
Yeah, I like that.
Nuggets of momentum.
Oh, mate, someone, one of the boys sent me a, I think it was a reel or a post on Instagram, and it was like the Stegosaurus strategy or something, and like
3 horns.
Yeah, or I don't know how they did it.
My apologies.
Triceratops, yeah, they drew like, it was like the head of the Stegosaurus, and then it was like the back of it, and then it was like the sort of, and then you drew the legs like this, and it was like, oh yeah, this is the Stegosaurus strategy, and then you got the big tail up here, and you got to trade the tail.
And then there's a ball at the end of the tail.
Yeah, oh my god, there you go. And then you got there you go. And then you got maybe the wicks, and I don't know. It was so funny, man. There you go. There is the Stegosaurus strategy.
Look, anybody that is asking, is it good for a buy? Is it good for a sell in trading? There's something that you always have to take into consideration. How are you trading? Like, what kind of trader are you? As an example, if I were to tell you right now, it looks good for sells, as an example, it would be because I am either a scalper or I am more of an intraday, where a swing trader or a position trader would tell you, listen, why are you selling? You need to buy. So whenever you ask a question like, is it good time to buy or sell, always come back to your own strategy and the way that you trade normally and what you're comfortable with, and ask yourself, if I were a scalper right now, would this be me wanting to sell or me wanting to buy? Would I be happy with either one of the two? It's like it's I don't know, how can I say this? Asking somebody, is it a good time to buy or sell? You're asking for their opinion because you want your opinion to be validated. You want your idea to be validated. But I cannot trade on your behalf, and nor should you be taking my advice on when to buy and when to sell, purely for the reason that I have a strategy that I am using, which I understand, which you don't necessarily understand or might not necessarily know the ins and outs of. So we can give our opinion and say, I do think that we are still going to see new all-time highs, and lower reversals, not a lot of pullbacks, that kind of like stuff. It's just an opinion, and if it's in line with your trading strategy, then you should be trading your trading strategy according to your rule sets that you put into place. That's just my opinion. It's just like, I don't think that anybody should be coming here with the intention of getting a signal, because it's not financial advice what we're doing here. This is entertainment. It's trying to fill the void of lonely trading and all of that kind of like stuff. I don't know if
leave Akram out of this.
Yeah, I don't know if I just went on a bit of a tangent there for no reason, but
sorry, mate. I'm not gonna lie. I started daydreaming because I had my hand on the radiator, and I started realizing how warm it is. I was like, "Oh my god, my radiator's on, and it's so warm in here now, and I'm not cold anymore."
Butterflies like going around your head, like tweet, 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 tweet.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's just
whatever he said, it was probably bang on.
It was probably nuggets of wisdom.
Yeah.
So Yes,
100%
you
no
you
math.
can ask us to do an analysis, and just it's a caveat. It's just remember our analysis is based on our way of looking at the market, and
Yeah,
it's
100%.
going to be different from the way that I look at it. It's not going to be the same way that Jonatan or Dirk or LJ looks at the market. So just remember to keep that in mind when you guys are asking for whether or
Yeah.
not you're going to buy or sell.
Same
or
goes
go.
with other assets. Like if you ask me to look at, I don't know, US 30, NASDAQ, or S&P 500, I can look at them and I'll look at them with my strategy. I don't intraday trade those assets. I swing trade them. So, if I can look at them on an intraday, but it's going to be with my strategy, and it may be profitable, it may not be. I don't know. There's a reason I don't trade it on an intraday, and there's a reason I swing trade it. So just to, back in what Richard said up, take that into consideration when asking, someone who may not trade the pairs that you're asking for. Just bear in mind it may not be the most successful analysis that you're asking for, or
And
that you're going to get.
The assets are different. So just because you follow, let's say for argument's sake, price action on EU and GU, it doesn't mean that same price action is going to be copy pastable on, for argument's sake, NASDAQ. Or I'm just using it as an example. I'm not saying.
I mean, it may be. We don't know. We've tested our strategies on the assets that work for us. And truth be told, guys, I stopped as soon as I found out it worked on a particular strategy or on a particular asset, because I don't need 101 different assets. If I can make 2 hour a month on EU and GU, that's 1 hour each, then dude, that's insane. Like, that's incredible for me. Like, I'm pretty happy with that. So that's 24% a month. A year. So I'm pretty happy with those sort of gains. So I don't need to go venturing out. I like what your brother said here, mate. I like MGN, love it. My favorite YouTuber said, "War is natural state of the world. If there is peace, it is because somebody fought hard for it." 100%. And it goes the same. I feel trading is the same. Failure is natural. If you are successful, you worked and fought hard for it. Something had to be sacrificed. Something had to be hard worked at. Something had to take a toll, for something to be worth doing, for you to be successful in something, something had to be done. Nothing worth doing is easy, and nothing easy is worth doing. It really is that simple. It's super easy to munch down chocolate and watch Netflix all night. That's super easy, but it's not worth it, because what have you achieved by the end of it? You've gained a couple of pounds and you've maybe, I don't know, paid for a Netflix subscription. You've made someone else rich and you've gotten fat doing it.
You enjoyed doing what it was that you were doing. It was a fun in the moment kind of like thing. I enjoyed it. But is that going to give me washboard abs? No, it's not. So if you want washboard abs, you can't. Like, who was it that said? I think it was, not Bill Perkins. There's somebody said, if you want what 99% of the world hasn't got, you need to be able to do what the 1% is doing. That kind of like thing. Like,
yeah, if you want the lifestyle of the 1%, you've got to do what 99% aren't willing to do.
There we go. That. So
yeah, no, 100%. You it's 5 years of suffer for 50 years of freedom, or 5 years of freedom for 50 years of suffer. Everything's hard.
Yeah,
being fat is hard.
I'm a big believer in the idea of sacrifice and balance.
Yeah, so yin and yang, equals and opposite. Everything's got
there's good that's coming into your life. You need to be willing to give something up for that good. There's going to be good and bad times.
Yeah,
it's 100%. A cycle. It's ups and downs.
Yeah, 100%, man. Trading is super, super easy to make money. That's why it's also super easy to lose money. It's a very difficult journey. That's why it's a very, very good outcome. The more difficult the journey, usually the better the outcome. It's tough. What is it? Tough times make tough people. Tough people make easy times. Easy people. What's it? Tough times.
Hard times make hard people.
Yeah.
Hard people make easy times. Easy times make
soft people. Soft people make tough times.
Soft people make hard times.
Yeah.
Something.
Yeah.
Like that.
Exactly. So you if you're going through a tough time, it's going to make you a tough person, and it's going to make the people around you a lot easier. It's going to make it an easier life and an easier atmosphere for you to live in. So I definitely believe in that. But we did go on a bit of a rant there.
A little bit of a tangent there.
Wesley calls it a slingshot. Looks like a fishing rod.
Yep.
Standard.
One of those little fishing poles where you put your fishing rod onto. It just like lays on it.
Ah, okay. Yeah, I see that. I see that now. Fair. 99 or 100%. I'm confused. Pooley, what do you do? Do you do 99% of what everyone else does, or are you
That's
gonna?
just natural state. It's just confusion.
Yeah, Pooley never understands what's
There we
going
go. Nur NL or Jer NL has given the exact quote. Hard times create strong men create good times create weak men create hard times. Exactly. Thank you.
Yeah, bang on. Yeah, exactly. And we won't get too into the sociological side of what's going on at the moment, but I think if we can all understand that quote very prominently, and yes. I think it's a very, very true quote. So yeah, guys, go through a tough time, and it will be good on the outcome. Will be good coming out the other end.
Yeah. Right now on GU, it seems as though we've just come to test that 50 EMA on the 5-minute, and on the 15-minute, it has just. This is a larger than normal base, in my opinion, and the break above wasn't all that strong. This was something that I lined out earlier. This trade idea, it hasn't played out, neither win or loss at the moment. So I'm just pulling it to the side so that we can just see the information a little bit better. 15-minute base at the moment, it started pushing up. It didn't make a real new high. It started pushing a little bit lower, tested this 20 EMA over here, and now it seems as though it is pushing off of it. So I wrote here break, retest, continuation, ? And then, or is it a potential reversal? So the reaction that I would like to see is I would like to see at least these high points here be tested yet again and then closed with conviction above before I would consider taking a buy on GU right now, even though considering that we are at Friday's London session high point. We're close to it, and we just, let's say, rejected off of it. Another area that I'm looking at was last week Friday, we had a base here. So we are at that base currently, and we've just wicked above it and then started pushing lower. So at this point in time, I am waiting for the market to break either a new high, make a new high, or at least do not make a new low. And if it's not making a new low, then I consider taking a buy. If it does make a new low, then I would want for it to retrace first and then continue again pushing lower, and then I'll enter for a sell. Right now, it's a bit too flat. If I look at the 15-minute, the 5-minute for me, it is still within this 15-minute base where we're playing around. We tried above it, haven't yet moved lower or higher, so I'm waiting for either the top or the bottom to be broken and then with conviction close. That's what I'm looking at the moment on GU. And on EU, it is showing that it wants to start moving a little bit higher, even though it's a deeper pullback. So this was the trade that I took earlier, so I'm just going to move it out of the way. You take the fib from the bottom of the most recent swing to the top of the most recent swing, and then just see we dipped into the 0.618 just below that, and it's looking like it wants to go. However, if you look at this 15-minute candle right now, there is 4 minutes left, and we have a very large wick above and a wick below. And generally, this might be an indication of indecision. We have to wait and see for this 15-minute candle to close before we can say, yes, we're continuing higher. However, we do have a high point, a high swing, and we've made a lower swing as of right now. So if you look at the 5-minute, you'll see that we've made a lower swing. So the question is, are we going to now push lower and create a new swing low and then push back in and then attempt to go to a lower swing point? or are we going to, which in my opinion is the more likely scenario, or are we going to have a between the 20 and the 50 EMA push a little bit higher and then attempt to push above that recent swing, this 15-minute candle swing? I'm not sure. Like the upward momentum to me is not all that strong at the moment for EU GU, but this is once again purely from the idea of an intraday wanting to hold my trades for an hour to an hour and a half at most. That is my viewpoint on EU and GU at the moment. Gold is doing a bit of a retracement, and on the 5-minute we have larger wicks than bodies. So this could be a potential attempt to push higher, fail, and then push lower. This 15-minute candle will tell me what I need to know in order to decide if I'm going to take a buy or sell on gold.
Very nice.
Can you guys look at Dow, please? Do you want to look at the Dow Jones?
I'll look at the Dow Jones. I got the Dow Jones here. It's going down.
Dow.
Yeah, that's so bad, wasn't it? Yeah. On the 1 hour, it just looks very choppy. It doesn't look like it's doing much. Like I said to you guys, take into consideration this isn't my intraday strategy. It's not my strongest suit. However, I shall look at it for you. I'm going to take this area here. You know, we're sort of in this range at the moment. We got this. Let's jump down to the 15, actually. Let's have a look at the current high and low. So current high and low is right here. Yarp. There we go. So we got this current high and low here. We're currently ranging within it. I can't even decide on a trend right now, especially after this candle here. I mean, I really can't even find a trend. You know, we're very choppy. I'd have to go up to the 4 hour to find a trend, and that's an uptrend. Theoretically, we still would actually be in this trade here right now if I was swinging this. I'd be about 2.4% up, but I did close early, so 2.2. But honestly, on the intraday, I'm not seeing anything at all, guys. I do apologize, but I'm really not. It's very choppy and very wicky. I think I'd want to see a breakout. If I was going to intraday trade this, like maybe scalp it, I'd want to see a break of either side. I mean, maybe New York Open will start kicking in a little bit, a bit of volume, and we should see something come through. But for now, that's
it is making lower highs, but it's not making lower lows.
No. Yeah, no, it's not. It's failing to break lower, but it's continuing lower. Like it's failing to break higher, but it's just not failing to break lower. You know, we're not breaking where we need to be breaking. We did break and close below this low, but this is what I like to call garbage price action. There's just nothing going on. You know, it's within a range. So we got range high, range low. So current high, current low. And then everything inside it is just garbage price action. You know, if we want to go even lower again, like even more closely knit into it, we got range here, range high here, range here, low here. Let me jump on the 1 minute. Like, dude, you know price action is bad if you got to go into the 1 minute.
Yeah, like if you have to like even remotely come close to the 1 minute.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe a break above here. But no, guys, I wouldn't want to trade this. Yeah, I wouldn't even want to look at this. I'd probably take a quick glance on it on the intraday and say computer says no, and then just stay right.
What is the higher time frame saying on that? We're on the 4 hour. We are struggling within a bit of a consolidation area because we're not breaking new highs.
Yeah, we're entering a consolidation range on the 4-hour.
It is a large consolidation range, but it's not trending at the moment. So
yeah, I think I'd want to pull back before continuation up. Maybe a wick below here, something like this. Maybe
there is a area at 45,910
so look 45.9
on the 4-hourly, where you had a little bit of consolidation and attempted to move a little bit lower. It pushed out significantly. Then there was news. News pushed it back down. Didn't make a new low. Pushed higher.
Yeah. We did wick though. We wicked a lot of internal on the 4 hours.
We didn't break. Yeah, we didn't break. So if there is an area for it to attempt to come and test, that might be it. But there's so many wicks before then that still need to test.
Literally that. So on the Dow, guys, I'm flat. I'm not in it. I have got a nice EJ placed up, so that's really cool. Jonatan, what's good, man? How you doing,
guys?
What's good? What's good?
I'm doing good. How are you guys?
I'm good, mate. Yeah, not too bad.
Yeah, a nice new Monday, new week, new us, new you.
That's right. New week, new trades, new opportunities. Have you guys caught any interesting movements? And what's up, chat? How are you guys doing? Hope you're all doing good. Any nice trades that I need to know of today?
Is it just me, or was Jonatan's voice a little bit low, Will?
Seems okay. You're a little quiet, but it seems okay.
All right. So sometimes it's low, and sometimes it's just.
That's okay. That's better. That was a lot better.
Were you a little bit closer to your microphone?
Yeah, probably closer. I'm gonna see if I can increase it. So
that is
what
better.
About now? It's better now?
Yeah, that's a lot better. Yeah,
right, good stuff. Right, so as you guys know from last week, I blew my account, which is not a problem because I have a bank account and a bank card, so I bought a new one.
So he's got another one.
Yeah, that's what we're gonna do today.
Another account.
Yeah, another account. First,
there goes the money. You're just throwing money at it right now.
Well, I'm gonna get it back. The only problem I'm having now is
they say really you can't throw money at your problems. You don't have enough money.
Oh, okay. So I wanted I don't know where I can find the new account, but I've just found it. That's right. We got a 60K high stakes account. Now, actually, I'm gonna be really careful with this one because
famous last words. Just remember that.
Yeah, but I feel like I'm spending too much money on these evaluations, and I don't really do it properly.
Because you said the exact same thing last week, and then you didn't hold to it. So, what are you going to do to make sure that you stick to your process?
Yeah, exactly.
Good question.
That's a good question. But I think well, what I need to do is I need to not have as fun, not have as fun when I'm live, because if I'm having fun, we're get the right people in the live stream, we're taking a few trades, and I'm like, whatever, screw it, I'm just gonna
YOLO.
Let's just go all in on this, and we'll have fun. But that usually not the way you should be trading, So try to get rid of the excitement, and when I do feel like I'm getting a little bit too excited, I should probably take a step back, or limit the risk. But more importantly, I think trading a little bit more systematic,
maybe a little bit more conservatively. Maybe not so much YOLO.
No, I don't think that conservatively. Nah, I think
going all in.
Yeah. I mean, eventually I'll hit that take profit.
Yeah, that is true.
Keep at it. No, but I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna try to actually do this properly this time around. We're gonna do a little live trading session here. I'm gonna try to break down a few a few of the systems that I do trade on my swing trading account. See if we can perhaps replicate that into the lower time frames.
EU is breaking.
I'm gonna set myself up here.
EJ
I
is
think
looking stunning. We're looking to take new highs on that.
Right. Okay. Yeah, that's looking good. So this is on the 1 minute. Let's see, 4 hour. Yeah, that's. Yeah, I mean that's probably on the. Yeah, that's like on the 0.618 fib. So that's a good one right there. We got a 4 hour bullish engulfing candle. Can I add the fib? Because I think I should add the fibs and not just say, you know, what fib.
It just wicked between the 618 and the 718, and now it's climbing.
Yes, it's probably reclaiming the 50 right now.
Looks good.
Yeah. So EU definitely looks good for a potential long here in this session. Will, I saw you're going to be speaking twice at that event, are you?
I am. Yeah. Dude, I'm super gassed about that. So the first one is at 11 a.m. where I'm going to be basically interviewed about like my journey and like sort of secrets into psychology and trading, and like a bit about me as a trader and like my journey on how I've gotten to where I am now. So I'm super excited for that one. And then I'm going to be talking about staying disciplined in trading about 3 p.m. It's going to be staying consistent, staying disciplined, and how to look after the account for the longevity of trading. Yeah,
that's awesome. I wish I could be there. We have a lot of people from the 5ers coming over. We got Saul, we got Mickey, we got a few others. We got a few people that you can see online here. A few of the hosts are coming there as well. So you're probably gonna meet a lot of them.
Yeah, it's gonna be a lot of fun. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to this one. I've never spoken twice in one day, so that's quite cool. Exciting. Usually, nice. Like most of my events, I'll speak once in the morning or once in the afternoon, and then I'll shoot off and do my own thing. But yeah, twice, man. Once in the morning, once in the afternoon. So I'm really excited for that. So it should be good fun. You know, I'm looking forward to it.
Who's going to get me some plane tickets? Then I can go as well.
Yeah.
Comp me some plane tickets, man.
Hurry up and hit TP and you can buy your own.
Don't be like that. Sharing is caring.
Yeah. No, man, I'm gassed for it. I'm super excited. I love speaking at these events. Like, my goal is to eventually like speak all over the world. So, you know, at the moment it's predominantly UK based, like London, mostly in London. A lot of it's in London. A couple I have gone up to like Newcastle way. So yeah, I'm super excited, man. I can't wait for the day that I jump on a flight and then, you know, speak all over the world. That's the big goal.
Yeah, I mean, if that's your goal, I mean, there's nothing stopping you. You know, it's definitely. I'm sure it's gonna happen.
Yeah, man, absolutely. Well, I'm not stopping until it does, you know, and I'll be streaming, no different to how I am, and I'll be taking you guys with me. So, like I said, every journey that I go on, that's the luxury about trading being so remote, is you guys come along with me. You know, I stream from wherever I am in the world. France was last week. If you know, I last time I was speaking, I actually streamed from London because I think it was a Friday event, so I actually streamed from London. That was pretty cool.
Yeah.
Whereas this event is on Saturday, so I won't be streaming. But I'll put up loads of fit pictures on the Instagram. So you know, feel free to check.
Yeah, looking forward to that. Yeah, definitely the beauty of trading. You know, being able to just travel around and do your thing wherever you are.
Yeah, it is super cool. Yeah, it is super cool. Anyways, guys, I'm gonna jump off and grab some food because I am absolutely Hank Marvin. So, guys, I'm gonna love you and leave you. Jonatan, I'll see you tomorrow.
That's right. See you tomorrow, man. Take care.
See you later, guys.
Right. I'm also going to head off now. Gonna leave poor Jonatan all alone here.
I'm all good, man. You know, I'm used to being alone. You know, I'm a very lonely guy. It's no problem.
Don't worry. You've got chat to keep you busy.
You know, 8 hours a day, complete loneliness. And honestly, I love it. Love it. It's me in charge. All right, Richard.
All right, man. You have a lovely day. Cheers.
You too.
Bye, guys.
Take care. All right, let's do this. So make some money. Actually, guys, I'm not that lonely. I'm just kidding. Actually, I'm very lonely. If anyone is, come to Sweden, grab a coffee or something. You know what I mean? I know a lot about trading. You can talk about trading. Trend lines, horizontal levels. Maybe that's why I don't have any friends, because they asked me about the Fibonacci retracement tool, and 45 minutes later, I'm talking about, the 0.6. I'm kidding. All right, so now let me first of all adjust my camera. But I'm not. All right, that's better. Well, let's go. Euro USD, breaking retest on the daily on the Euro USD. Let's add the fibs here. As we mentioned previously, looks like it's hitting that hit that reload zone. Beautiful. Let's put on the 50% fib as well. Looks like we're using the 50% fib as potential support and resistance right here. You saw that I added a couple of levels on CTrader, moved over to TradingView rather quickly because CTrader I'm just not used to CTrader when charting, so I'm going to be trading on CTrader on my right screen here, and we're going to be looking at TradingView for all the analysis. So let me take a look at that. You are the best comedian trader we have. I would have hoped that you said like best trader or profitable trader, but I'll take that. Thank you. So on the 4 hour, what we have right here is that, okay, so that's the level on the 4 hour. Like that on the 4 hour, we're going to go down to the 115. Are we getting a breakout on the 15? Okay, so the feeling I'm getting here is that this, this was the move. This is where the momentum came, rejection, bounce before the breakout. I'm going to take a trade here, okay? I'm going to take a trade here. This is going to be the trade. It's going to be a 1% risk trade. I'm going to take it up to that level, probably around this level right here. That's going to be 1.5R. So now I got to figure out how to calculate the position size and everything. I'm going to enter at market. Where do I want to have my stop loss? My stop loss is going to be how many pips? Stop loss and pips should be, let's put it at 20. Pips at minus 20. How much am I risking? $1,000? No, that's way too much. What's 1% of 60,000? 1% of 60,000 is it 600? Wow. Yeah, so I gotta risk 600. Risking 600 on this one. Let's do a 2. So that's a 2.5 lot. 2.5 lots long on EU. Like, so I think it's 2.75, isn't it? Yeah. Oh, is it 3? Oh, maybe it's 3. Yeah. Okay. So it's 3 lot from current area. Right. So we are placing an order to buy at market right here. Right. So I'm currently long on Euro USD at current prices. Let me go in and actually adjust the exact price. So the price on CTrade was 1.17842. That is the entry. My stop loss was 20 pips, which is 200 ticks on TradingView. And where's my TP at? Now let's see on the 1 hour. We got one move here. So I'm trying to figure out, can I use any Fibonacci tools here to determine where the where I can place my stop loss? Let me just get the YouTube analytics up here so I can get all the streaming details. Guys, by the way, let me know if you have anything you want me to watch here today. And tomorrow we're doing a celebratory giveaway. We're giving away 10 accounts. I'm going to give away 10 accounts tomorrow, guys. So make sure that you go join tomorrow for that giveaway, and make sure that you hit that like and subscribe. We get a question here: why panic selling in Bitcoin and the indices? We're going to take a look at that as well. We're currently long on EU, and we're trying to determine where we should have our stop loss. Where do we think this move is going to happen? What we can do is we can look at the fib. You know, I drew the fib from that low to that very high right here. Now let me add the this template right here. No, let me add which of the template is that? The template with all the levels. Let's use to the default. Okay, so we got the 0.236 up here. 0.382. So that's the 382 right there. Go back to this template. Okay, so what I did was I just wanted to see where we have the 0.382 fib level, because within this move we might want to look at the actual fib levels of the of this one, of the fib that we have for potential profits. Pooley has a great question. The next round of the competition starts on Wednesday. On Wednesday and Thursday, we're gonna have both 2 matches on Wednesday and Thursday. So we have from round 1, we have 1 matchup left, and that's between Anastasia and Pedro. And then we're gonna have the round 2 matches happening, 2 on Wednesday and 2 on Thursday. So Tuesday giveaway, Wednesday, Thursday we got the matchups. That's round 2. I'm going up against Rich for the trophy that I got up here. Very interesting, very interesting. So looking at the daily right here, we can see that EU was in a range, right? And then it broke above that range high. Maybe a rejection of resistance, I don't really know. But this is the previous high. Now, that white dotted line right there is that previous high. And I'm thinking I want to take profits somewhere around this area. And I want to look at this move, right? I want to look at this move right here, because where did the most of this breakout happen? So what I'm going to do here, I'm going to use the replay bar here so that I can switch between time frame without trading view kind of going back and forth, right? So I want to look at this move. Now, why am I interested in this move? Well, because a lot of times you see that if you have a support level right here, and then you have price kind of bouncing on that support level, and then price just goes straight down, then eventually once price comes back and hits this level, maybe you'll have, like, it happens in a few days or weeks, right? But when it eventually hits that level right here, you'll usually have a fairly strong reaction if it's the first retest. So I'm looking at where would that reaction happen on this move, because this whole area right here, it's untested. Okay, so it has not been tested since price breaking into the downside. So I want to see, where does the actual move happen? Where's most of the momentum coming down? Because that's where we know that the sellers were starting to really take control over the market. And we're currently on the 15-minute, and this is that's the last bullish candle on the 15-minute, right? Let's go into the 5-minute. Now we can see we have multiple bullish candle here, but what we see is right when this low broke, we saw one of the biggest candles within this move. So I would argue that most people would probably be looking at that low as the actual breakout level. But when you look at momentum, where the momentum actually came in, this is that's the support that broke, because you can see when price went below this level, that's where the real momentum really started. So you have this, right? And then price tests, and then it goes straight down. So this is my profit target area within this blue zone right here. That's what we're going to be using as our profit target. But place it right in the middle. If I front run that level, it's going to be a 1.6R trade. And I'm happy with that. I'm happy with a 1.6. If we look at this level again, I want to mark out, I want to mark out that very low. And as you can see, we have that wide horizontal right there. That's the very low of that move. And it's at 18,161. I want to put it at 18,157. Is to make sure that I really front run that area. We go back, open the long tool, going to take profit. We copy paste that one. This is now the trade idea. We're now looking at a 1.57R trade. The copy the profit level, going to C trader, and we're going to modify that position. You know what? I'm not even sure how I can modify the position. If I can put in the TP, can I double click that one? Yeah, I'm very new to using C Trader, so okay, so profit target here, if you look at trading view, it's 31 pips basically. 1.5. Okay, that's good enough. So I'm now risking about $612 to make 933. At least I'm making more than I'm risking to lose. So this is the current trade that we're in right now, and this is the current trend that we're looking at right now. If this low breaks, I would assume that the current trend that we're trading would end. Look at that. The RL slingshot indicator gave us an absolutely beautiful long signal right there. And you might ask yourself, what's the RL slingshot indicator? Well, it's an indicator that I coded myself, which is a combination of all my trades, the whole swing trading system that I have for me to be able to automate the whole market scanning of that one. Now you're asking, well, how do I get this one? Well, it's not available right now to the public. But you know, I actually do have a newsletter. A completely free newsletter, and I always share everyone else's things on here, but never my own. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to send out a little link in the comment section to a newsletter that I'm writing, and I released my first edition of a new series that I'm starting with today. So it's called the Clarity Edge, and I released the first edition this morning. So every Monday morning in the London session, I'm going to send out all the top trading ideas that I have for the week, the ones I'm trading, the ones I'm in, the ones sending it out every Monday morning in London session. And I get a little video to record on there as well. It's completely free. If you guys want to follow me along, you know, with my more detailed swing trading and macro technicals, make sure you sign up to that one. Again, completely free. Not trying to sell you anything. And for the newsletter subscribers, when this indicator once again becomes public for the public, you'll get to know in there. Okay, so that's the trade we are currently in on EU. So I got Euro USD. I'm looking at it on C Trader here to the right as well. While we do look at that, I want to quickly go over to I want to look at Bitcoin, gold, and the indices as well. I think that's important to see. We have a question. Do you have restrictions on lot size in any account or some consistency rule? We don't have any consistency rules. And I don't think we have any lot size restrictions. I'm not sure about that, but I mean, I've taken some pretty damn big lot size positions with like we're talking 20, 30 lots positions. I haven't gotten any problems, you know. So I don't think there's no consistency rules or anything like that. I don't really get consistency rules. Like why? Like what does it matter? Right. Okay. So let's take a quick look while we while we wait for EUR/USD to develop. We're going to be switching over to Bitcoin. So right now, what we're seeing on Bitcoin is at this point not really something to worry about. We can quickly just draw out two channels here. This channel was from this summer. And then we have another channel happening right here. So what's the difference between these channels? Well, nothing really. Bitcoin is coming down and testing that level as well. From a fundamental perspective, I have no idea what's happening right now, why this move is happening. But from a technical point of view, what I can tell you is that we broke a low time frame support right up here and came right down to a high time frame, the next high time frame support level below at around 112,000. The trend, in my view, is still very much alive, even though we are printing some type of a lower high here on the weekly. I don't know if you guys remember when I covered the weekly. We had a daily divergence as well as a weekly divergence here on the Bitcoin. You can look at the I think we have somewhat of a MACD divergence here on the weekly, with two higher highs on the weekly and lower highs on the MACD histogram and the RSI. Now that's one sign of weakness, one sign of momentum weakening, but is it a sign of Bitcoin crashing? Absolutely not. I think this bearish divergence that we saw on the weekly, we also saw a bearish divergence on the daily, and I believe that one played out as well. And the bearish divergence that I talk about here on the daily is obviously this one right here. We can mark the highs here, and then we can connect that high to that one. That is a MACD histogram bearish divergence. We can also connect the highs on the RSI, and you can see that's a bearish divergence on the daily for Bitcoin. And I think that is what we saw playing out during this move right here. But then remember, we recovered almost all of that move. So I don't really see much bearish developments on Bitcoin here. It's still holding all the right levels. The trend is very much alive. We have retested the 20 EMA in the weekly. We have not even hit the 50 EMA in the weekly. This is one of the most bullish charts I've ever seen in my life. So there's nothing to worry about here. Gold is continuing to break into new all-time highs like it's just nothing. Today we broke into new all-time highs again. We're going to take a closer look at gold in a bit. Yes, that's right. Make sure that you do hit the like and subscribe and turn on your notifications not to miss any live sessions. And let me know if there's anything you want me to cover for you today or any questions. Let me know in chat. I will mute my microphone because I'm going to raise my desk. I'm muted. Thank you very much, Henry. You're very quick with that today. Thank you. Thank you a lot for that. We got a question here from Henry. I guess it's not a question. I guess it's a question and also a trade idea. This is great. More things like this, Robert. I really, really do enjoy ideas like this. So let's break it down. Let's break it down, and I'll give you my thoughts on this. So Robert is saying I'm going short on EUR/USD if it breaks 1.177. Okay, so let's mark that out. We're going to name this level Robert's level. for confirmation level, and that level was 1.777, 1.177, which is basically my my level of invalidation as well. So basically you're saying if this low breaks, then you are going short because of divergence on the RSI in the volume zone. Get that up again. Divergence on the RSI in a volume zone with price failing to continue the trend with the last push. Thoughts? Okay, so my question to you, what time frame are you basing the RSI divergence? I think, by the way, this is a solid idea. So what time frame are you looking at the RSI divergence? And when you say volume zone, what specific tool is that? I assume you're talking about potential volume profile. Is that visible volume, or is that anchored volume? And then if it's anchored, from what low to what high, etc. Okay, so the 5 and 15. Okay, let's start with the 15. Right. Okay, so we can definitely see here that we have on the 15 minute on the MACD histogram, we have lower lows here. And we have here as well, which means, and here we actually have higher highs. We get higher highs and lower highs on the MACD histogram. Same thing on the RSI. MACD histogram obviously showed on that as well, adds a little bit more to that. So I would definitely say that your bearish divergence is definitely on point here. It's on the 50 minute looking great. I'm gonna remove some levels here just to make sure the chart isn't too messy. The one great thing you have with TradingView here is if you click options here and then hover over visibility on intervals, what I like to do is if I have a level that I want to have on the daily, I simply click on show on current interval and above. If I go down to the 4 hour, that level is no longer going to be there. And then I can go into that level and I can show on current interval and below. So it's only going to be in the 4 hour and lower and not on the daily. Same thing with that level. Now on the 15 minute, we go down to the 5 minute, and of course we still have that high in price, doesn't change from time frame. Looking at the MACD histogram, we have a lower, even if these were equal highs, you would still have a bearish divergence. We have lower highs on the MACD histogram, and we have again lower highs on RSI. So the bearish divergence is very visible on the 15 minute and the 5 minute. So if you are trading based on divergences, then this is a great divergence. Now, to really add some confidence, possible confidence to this idea, we can also look at volume. So if we go and if we do some volume analysis, then we're going to be adding, yeah, it is a divergence. Even if price has equal highs and indicators shows lower highs, yeah, that's a divergence as well. Let's look at volume here. So let's add the volume bars and OBV. You can start by looking at the hourly. As you can see here, also I have added a exponential moving average to the OBV. Kind of trying to create my own type of indicator here, but it's basically just the 20 exponential moving average on the OBV. And you can see right here that price, when you had this move to the upside, price broke or OBV broke above the 20 EMA, which is obviously a sign of strength. You can also look at volume, nicely confirming the trend here. On the 15-minute, volume is actually declining right here, but then you have a volume spike right here, and that volume goes up to about the same prior level. So the fact that you had declining volume and RSI and MACD histogram divergences definitely pointed to this being a good short. So why am I then going long? Well, for the simple reason that I was not looking at these indicators for this long. What I'm looking at now is the trend. And I'm looking at this trend line as well. Do we have any news today, by the way? I haven't really looked too much on the news today, or didn't done any planning for that, so I'm going to be going in and taking a look at that right now. We got not much happening, do we? Got a lot of Fed speeches, though. We got a lot of Fed speeches. But as long as this trend line holds, I think we should be all good for this trade right here. Wait and see. Now that we entered on that, because we thought that that was going to be the breakout to the upside, we entered on that. We then saw price coming down. And here's the magic of the reload zone, right? Let me see if the actual indicator gives us a long signal here. It might actually give us a long signal here. Yeah, look at that. So that is actually a long signal on the indicator as well, because this indicator is based on a few proprietary signals, but also some things that you know about my system. So you see a strong long signal right here. That's because price came down into the reload zone, hit the 20 EMA. Stochastics RSI were most likely below 30. You have a bullish engulfing candle closing back above the 50%. And as you can see right here, the indicator also gives you take profit targets and stop loss and everything. It also calculates the risk to reward for you here as well. As you can see, a market buy would be 1.2 or something like that. But that's only because I have the only take profit one. We can actually add all the other take profits here for the indicator. I can do that. TP1, TP2, TP3, and 4 should work. And if you have the indicator, I would highly recommend playing around with the ADX as well. So entering on the 50%, that would be a 2.5 R trade on average. That's the current trade that we're in now. And as you can see, the local reload zone holding up price, failing to go below that one. And I think it's then time to exit this trade. So what I'm going to do on CTrader is I will go into CTrader and I'm going to adjust. I'm going to adjust the stop loss. Am I? Let me just, I need to. That's right, Robert. I mean, you look for confirmation and there's no confirmation yet, that's absolutely fine. And that's exactly how you should be doing things, right? If there's no confirmation, then there's no trade and you wait for that confirmation. Just because you have an idea that is not playing out does not mean it's a bad idea. It's a great idea. And if it plays out, you already have a plan and you're ready to execute on that plan. That's exactly how you should be doing it. So I want to take a look at the S&P 500 here. Yeah, this is nothing. I mean, it's not even lower than yesterday's open. So, I don't really see this as being very bearish. Look at gold. Right, we're gonna look at that. CHF JPY, you have a long signal on the 4 hour. Let's take a look at that. Yeah, that looks like a long signal. Might be printing in 18 minutes, right? Yeah, okay, so that looks good. Okay, CHF JPY. This is a good catch, Henry. I like this because, yeah, I mean, if you look at the daily, you can also see here that CHF JPY should have came. Yeah, so you can see right here, I have the alert system set up for this, right? So I get all the automatic alerts, and this is what this is why I created the indicator, to be able to kind of scan the markets for me and then alert me when there's an opportunity. So here's the alert, happened 11 today. I click that one, and this is then what I get. It pops up the CHF JPY chart right there. If you go to the daily, what we see right here is let's see, mark that out, probably mark that one out as well, and then this is probably the support resistance area. Look at the 4 hour. The midpoint of that daily level is right here. Yeah, that's perfect. That is really, I mean, okay, I kind of like it, but we also have to make sure that we're not too biased by that signal. Even though I really like what I'm seeing here, kind of looks like you have, but I mean, we also have to be very open to this idea. I mean, that's possible, isn't it? So a lot of times when we might see some divergences here, you know. So we're gonna look at the daily and the 4 hour, see if we can find any divergences. Technically, this is a daily divergence, right? Because we see that this high and that high, that's significantly, you know, this high is significantly higher than the previous one. But then if you look at the MACD histogram and the RSI, they are technically, the right peak is lower than the left one. So technically on the MACD histogram and the RSI, you actually have a bearish divergence. On the 4 hour, it is actually very clear on the MACD histogram. I'm long Euro USD for those wondering. I'm currently long on Euro USD for 3 lots on a 60k high stakes account. I'm currently around break even. So I mean, we can't ignore the fact that the bearish divergence here is quite clear. Let's take a look at the 3-day. No, before we go on to the 3-day to look at the overall structure, we want to look at volume analysis. The daily, there's no real divergence on the daily. I don't really, this is not really giving me any clean, clear ideas of what I'm looking at. The ADX is looking great. Okay, now let's go to the 3-day. And quite like it, kind of like it for long here. Al Saint, that's a great question. Great question. I'm going to cover that as well. Okay, so what I'm going to do here for CHF JPY is I'm going to wait for the 4-hour candle to close, and then I will look to get in on a potential retrace down to perhaps that level. And what I'm looking for here is this type of setup. But that's just 1-to-1. I'm not sure if that is... I'm not sure this is the trade I want to take. On the 1 hour, we could probably have stop loss down here. Now it's a 1.5. Retraced, Henry says retrace to 0.618 maybe. Yeah, let's take a look at that, because I do believe that the fib is drawn from that low to this high. Then the 618 would be down here. Yeah, there's definitely a possibility of coming down and testing that level. And then if I have the stop loss down here, up to this high, we're talking about 1.76 R. Does make sense. I'm gonna keep my eyes on this one. I quite like it. I'm gonna add some alerts here. Can add this to the green list. So whenever I do see something interesting, a possible trade idea coming up, I'm going to be adding that to the green list. Let me know if you have anything else. Max Pips Hits is in an AUD USD long. Take a look at that one. Oh, by the way, I forgot to share with you, I'm also in a long on... I'm still in the GBP AUD. This one right here. I covered this trade in the newsletter this morning. You can check out the newsletter if you want to sign up. I do have a link in the comment section, completely free. I'm also recorded a YouTube video on this. Got it with my editor. Should come up on my YouTube channel in a while. But I'm in this trade right now. GBP AUD, that's on my swing trading account. So my swing trading account that's not what you're seeing on C Trader, this 60k high stakes on C Trader. That's more like intraday trading. My swing trading account is on MetaTrader. That's a 40k funded hyper growth. So that's the actual real account that I'm swing trading on. And I'm actually watching a few setups, but let's take a look at AUD USD first. Right, so weekly is obviously we can see that it's bearish. You can see the overall trend here on the weekly down. 3-day, the whole structure is bearish. Daily, looking at this local structure, that's bullish. And if this was everything that I knew about AUD/USD, I would say it's very bullish, and I would see probably going to go higher. Sorry about that. I'm not sure what that why that is happening. Sometimes the microphone and the camera just does that. Right. So this is not everything that we're seeing, right? We're also seeing to the left here. Up Abdullah, hope you're doing good. Welcome to the stream, my friend. Let me know if you have any questions. So we're also seeing this. That's what I'm worried about going long here. That's the level we have on the 3-day. This could just turn out to be a fake out on the daily, right? So would need very good confirmation here. Let's add a final level right here. But to be honest, this looks pretty good. Because it looks like you could potentially have a break of structure here. So what I would want to see is I would want price action to show us something clear, like this type of structure. You have that downtrend right here, maybe something like this, and then I would want this to be obviously turning bullish, something like that. Now, if we get that, then yeah, this, I believe that could be confirmation enough to perhaps go long on AUD/USD here. I quite like it. I'm gonna put an alert here. See if we get something. Switch over back quickly to AUD/USD. Looking decent. I like it. Gonna put an alert right here. When we get above that high, that's when I can start securing my position. Actually, I can start securing it a little bit earlier. All right, so what do we have here from El Saint? We got 2 trades a few hours ago on 1 hour time frame. We got AUD/CHF long. We're gonna look at that. AUD/CHF on the 1 hour. Let's see. You went AUD/CHF long. Where do you have your entry? Your entry is 0.5257. Stop loss is 0.5226. And your take profit would be you don't have a take profit, do you? Is this the trade? AUD/CHF long. Yeah, my thoughts on this is get ready for stop loss probably. Or I mean it's a tricky situation, but I mean at this point you have the stop loss where you want to have your stop loss. You have the stop loss below this level. At this point, I mean it's unfortunate that you had that. Maybe you went long on that high. And then it's just unfortunate that you entered at the very high of that move. Looking at this as a range, I think it's never a good idea to go long inside the range when price hits the range EQ from below, you know, because then it's usually resistance. I would say as long as this range holds, just stay in the trade. Probably, if you're trading this as a range, might want to look for that move higher. Switching back quickly to Euro USD. We are right now in a nice trend. We're breaking out here on the lower time frames. Look at 5 minutes. That's a pretty decent breakout. Just waiting, looking for price to move a little bit higher to get that first alert going off. And when that happens, I will move my stops up. Currently about $60, $70 profit on that one. Right, so we're gonna go to the next one. This is AUD CAD. This looks good. I like this. You can see that, I mean, this is an untested level, but you can also see that price quickly broke a resistance and then kind of established some resistance here. And this is actually first retest of that that breakout level. A lot of people will probably be focusing on that one, but that actually looks like a really good level as well. So your entry here on AUD CAD. See, entry is 0.913. Not a bad entry. I like that. I definitely understand why you took that trade. Yeah, I like this. I think this looks good. I mean, look at the 50 minute. This looks beautiful. It had a broke above that. Now it might hit that as support. I think this is yeah, this is a good trade. I like this. I 100% understand why you entered this one. Definitely, that's a good one. All right, GBP USD long. Let's take a look at that one. Yeah, the only problem with the GBP here is the fact that it's not really in a bullish trend, is it? I mean, if we can put EU above GBP USD. Actually, they're very similar, isn't? I mean, I guess what's not similar here is the fact that here you have sort of higher highs, and you only have just equal highs here, and then all the way up here you have higher highs. But on GBP USD, you actually have a lower low, equal highs, and then you break out, but you have a fake out, and so GBP USD looks much weaker than Euro USD. We just had a long signal on Euro JPY as well. I mean Euro USD. Let's take a look at that one. Yeah, I like that. Looking good. Let's see what we get. The GBP USD I'm not liking. Euro JPY. Get Abdullah saying Euro JPY looks bullish. I am actually long Euro JPY with one of my EAs. Take a look at that one. Yeah, this looks strong. I think this was kind of what we wanted to see on CHF JPY, but instead of seeing this type of trend on CHF JPY, we saw more of a head and shoulders. So if we add CHF JPY here to overlay it over Euro JPY, see what I mean? So on CHF JPY is the red one, or the whatever color that is, and you have this type of pattern where you're only slightly getting above the left shoulder. And on Euro JPY, you have, instead of having a head and shoulders, you have more of a, I mean, it could be head and shoulders, but then price has to kind of break down here. But the possible head and shoulders is much more obvious on CHF JPY. That's why I think if you're going to go long on either Euro JPY or CHF JPY, I think Euro JPY is the better option. But I think. So Victor.
Hello, hello. This
Hey man,
is
how's it going?
Monday. How are you doing, Jonatan? How is everyone watching us doing today?
I'm doing good. I'm doing great. I'm in an EU trade. Not doing too much. Been busy doing analysis, recording a few videos. You know, things like that. How have you been?
Great. Had a a relaxing weekend, and ready to be hitting the market this morning with fresh powers, fresh strength, which is always good. I saw you were talking about EJ, your yen. Um, are you looking for your strength, or you're trying to
No,
play in
I'm
that
not.
euro strength?
I'm not specific. No, I'm not specifically looking at Euro strength. I'm just looking at. I mean, I am in this Euro USD long right here.
Mm-hmm.
Looking for this move and this trend to kind of continue. Like what
Okay.
I'm seeing here. But we're hitting that resistance. I think might as well just break down here. But I'm looking at just a little push upside here, and I might secure this position. But then that's about it. I haven't really found much else in the markets. Have you found anything specifically you're looking at?
Not really. What I do see is that we are we're getting the quasi that we had is having room to grow, meaning the bullish quasi on EU, that is. I'm just gonna show my screen. Maybe I will. Let me switch to mine if that's
Yeah, go
okay with
ahead.
you. We have seen after we in a couple of weeks back, this is the weekly, of course, we came back and retested that order block, and since then things have held quite well. Not only that, we did have one bearish on the weekly time frame, one bearish structure being created, but that one was eliminated or invalidated last week, and wasn't before we had a nice run, which looks like a squeeze now on EU. So to me, that those two things, right, the fact that we had such a nice run that left that wick tells us that yes, it was rejected. Yes, the selling pressure came to the market, but the fact is we closed still bullish in my interpretation, because we closed invalidating a bearish structure. And so today you're only seeing follow through of that movement. I know it's just a weekly, but these are clues, signs on a very high time frame if you're trading the intraday. So I'm looking for that long, as well as you were talking. There is an area below us which would have been an even better entry for a long, because I'm talking about this is the quasi that I just that was talking about, which is, let me indicate it with some arrows for those who are watching us. Don't forget, guys, if you think this is helpful, we have that established downtrend, breaks the neckline. There it is on the daily time frame, and you want to be going long from after retracement. We haven't had that yet. Maybe it's something for the future, or maybe it's not going to happen this time around. But that would be the area for me to look for a long. In the meantime, as long I'm looking for today to see if we can finish as a bullish engulfing today. So it will be something for tomorrow. If tonight we create an order block here, then that would be the area that for me to start looking for that possible pushing follow through on the daily time frame as well. So that's what I'm looking for in terms of euro dollar and intraday. I didn't have any area, which is, we did create one, but we haven't retested it. And this happens. I'm selective with my entry, so that would be not a possible entry, but just an order block that I would be interested if and when price comes back. But it seems like it's not necessarily ready for that move. Maybe something for tomorrow, or simply it's not going to come back to that area in time for me to get in. So I'm looking for a long as well, but I didn't get anything from that move up. So yeah, that's about it basically.
All right, Victor, I'm gonna go. I'll have to jump off, and I'll have to leave you here, unfortunately. But I will be listening in the background while working on some other stuff. And if I have anything to share, I'll jump in with you. All right?
No problem at all, Jonatan. Thank you for being here.
Yeah, just thank you is good enough. All right, guys, I will see you all tomorrow. Remember, tomorrow I'll be here. Make sure you join, because we're gonna have we're gonna celebrate the fact that we got 85K subscribers. So we're gonna be giving away some accounts. We're gonna be giving away 10 accounts tomorrow in that giveaway. So make sure you join. All right, guys, see you tomorrow. I'll jump in if there's anything. Victor, take care.
No problem. See you tomorrow, Jonatan. Take care. All right. So we have, there we go. Let me adjust things here. There. All right. I am, all right. So there we go. Let me change. Thanks. I'm not doing anything, Jonatan. Go ahead, or YouTube maybe in the background. I'm talking. You can only see me, but of course we have Remy and both of you. There we go. That's a little bit better. I hope that's good for you guys as well. Let me change my cam so I can I don't fall out of the picture from time to time. There. That would be lovely. So how are you guys doing? It's a little bit of a slow Monday, right? We don't have any high impact news. We have some on the Aussie dollar, but that's long gone. And we do have a speech by the FOMC member, but it's orange folder, so we don't expect much from that. Tomorrow we have a euro and pound PMI numbers coming in the early London session. So I'm going to be very interested to see how that's going to form for the rest of the day. I think tomorrow could be a great before, during, or after, but around these numbers that could give us some opportunities for some entries. Let's see the higher time frame. In the meantime, let's check who is with us today. We have Abdullah, Louis, Ani, Ruth. How are you doing? Thank you for your support. Like that. All right, Henry as well. We have many in the chat. Don't forget, guys, if you enjoy this, you think this is helping you, you know this is helping you, if you've seen it in your performance that spending time with us helps you in some way or another, then don't forget to give some love back, hit a like, subscribe to the channel, and make this something have more people having the same experience as you, meaning that they get to become better at their craft, and that is trading, of course. All right, so let's look at the market. Unless you guys want to be have a specific specific a question here. Hi, Van Alvin, how are you doing today? Max Pips hits as well, and all of you saying hello. I'm glad to be spending these next couple of 50 minutes or so in your company. All right, so if you have any request for me to look at, we can break down the EU. I did most of what I was going to talk about, but what is in if you guys don't have any specific, then I will go to the do the breakdown from top down again, but just with a little more detail, so we understand where we are and what we can reasonably expect price to do in the next couple of days, this week, and perhaps even next week. All right, so great, that is awesome. Okay, so let's do that on EU. What we have is higher time frame structures, right? Meaning this structure, which is the basis of what we've seen in some long time already, right? Head, left shoulder, breaks the neckline here, creates a right shoulder, and comes back for a second right shoulder. Yes, second right shoulder, that is a thing. That gives us two huge areas, of which one we are seemingly ready to be visiting again in the next couple of sessions. So on the monthly time frame, it's a great idea to start looking, is the market going to react to that area again, right? Later on, we can look at the bigger picture, the bigger structure we have here. But for now, the next station is just this monthly order block we have on that quasi. And on the weekly time frame, what does the weekly tell us? All right, so we have right here, we did have a some weeks ago an interaction with that area. We did have a very nice run on that time frame. You can see it on the monthly as well. See that big candle? That's because of this order block. And now we are coming for a second. Let me mark that for you guys to see a second. A second area, which is the wick we just stuck, right? So we talked about. So we have that big wick, which is the second retest that already on the weekly time frame tells us that the area, right, the order block, even though yes, we did have selling pressure coming in, the fact that it is the second one. If we get on a third attempt, a third candle on this time frame, reaching for the same areas, the more time, the more price spend within that area, the more the weaker the area get as a supply area. So that means that we can, as time progresses, as it prints more candles in the area, interacting, even if it gives bearish signals, it is building up momentum, building up strength. It's showing that the sellers are not succeeding in defending their turf, meaning that it's just a matter of time until we break through it. That is, of course, if the market doesn't do the opposite. Okay, so these are the areas on the weekly time frame that are still valid, but as you can see, they're getting weaker each day. You can see all these candles within that order block, but the same as with the monthly order block, right? The weekly as well, the more are printed and price is not reacting with follow through, like so, the more candles we have in here, the weaker, the more likely it is that price is going to continue higher in the next future, in the next couple of days. All right. So what do we have? What are we left with? So we have the market trying to push through this bearish structure to retest this monthly structure again, which is the order block we have ahead of us, which starts at 1.1808 on the daily time frame. On the monthly and the weekly, I already said that you have a invalidation of a bearish structure, which is a positive thing. That's a bullish thing, even though it is creating and giving out this pin bar, which is a bearish, right? The size in proportion to the rest of the candle is telling us that sellers have come to the market, but it's not enough. It's not enough. That's what we end up seeing, because it not only was not able to close as a bearish candle, but it's even though there's a big wick, what's the next step? What is the follow through? And so far we have seen markets being very bullish this week. I mean, it's only the first day, but that's what we're seeing, right? So on the week, on the daily quasi, this would be the area that we would be looking for that push. Yes, you can trade these as well, and as you can see, the market does react from them, right? So they're great trades as well, but the best areas are the ones that are taking the whole range, and by the whole range I mean the whole quasi, right? That's the whole range. That's the move down that is switching, that is transitioning to go bullish. And so that means that you want to be taking the one that is below that 50% retracement, which is this area, and not the one above. Yes, you can have some reaction, but those are not the greatest areas to be taking. So you can still take them for a day trade, maybe even an overnight, a couple of bars, one or two on the daily time frame, maybe three, but that's it. Usually these are the best ones where you can catch them and really ride them all the way down to price going to its extremes in terms of the ranges it has on this this period of time that we're watching. Okay, so that's EU. And depending on how it closes today, we can look for opportunities tomorrow. I will be here tomorrow as well, so we can certainly talk about that. And I can pinpoint, actually I did already a little bit, that if price is going to come down, if it closes as engulfing, I would be looking for that area to be defended on this H4 and defend it, so we can move, perhaps catch a little move. Doesn't mean I'm going to take a swing trade from it. Remember what I just said? It is above the 50% retracement, so it is not something that you want to be taking and hold for very long, but maybe a day, maybe a few days, but not too long, right? If it's not the same as a daily, that's not the daily quasi entry that I would be looking for a much longer extended holding time, right? So that's this area on H4, at least currently. That's what it is. Let me mark that as a. Is it a quasi? I don't think it is. No, it isn't. So we do have the market currently at the opposite direction. If you were already in this trade from, let's say you caught, let's say something like this. This is the H4. Let me go to the 15-minute. Let's assume that you caught that breakout, right? I used to trade that like that. The breakout of that trend line now is not a bad moment, depending on what what you traded, what's your the setup that you traded. The opposite, the order block in the opposite direction is right here, right? Yes, it may go higher, but this is the FTA, right? The first trouble area from trades taken from this day, basically, right? Any reversals I would be I'll be eager to, I'll be happy to offload them at the next structure in the opposing direction, of course, right? So that would be here, right here where we are is a good idea to be offloading at least partials, if not your complete position, if you got in much lower. For traders who are looking for a continuation, I don't know. That depends on your time, I suppose, your time horizon, right? The holding time you're taking these. Yes, there is a fresh order block, right? That's right here. But I would have needed to have had an entry within that structure, meaning for me to be holding this longer, I would have had to have already entered at that daily order block, and then I can hold longer more easily, because even if it doesn't have follow through, I can still, let's say it doesn't really close as an engulfing today and it slowly goes down, I can still, you can see if my entry, if you have a good entry, you can easily wait and see if there's a push and not, and then just close it after a certain time with some profit. But not, I wouldn't be entering at current levels, because I wouldn't have anything to hold as defense, right? So I'll have to, use perhaps some rules like trailings on the candles, like the last low from the candle. That's something that is useful, but it's not my style. All right, so that's EU. Let me take that for an H4. And I saw in the chat you guys wanted me to look at gold or Aussie dollar. Let's take a look at any of those two. Gold, West Nikur. Remember, do not spam the chat, my friend, because otherwise, hi Pat, how are you doing? Hope you're having a great day today. Yeah, do not spam the chat. I will give you the benefit of the doubt that you had it was a mistake. But if we see that happening more often, then you'll be we'll have to take measures against such behavior. All right, so let's take a look at gold. Are you guys in any gold trades? Let me know. Let us know in the chat, and we can talk about it. Gold, as always, not always, but it's been for some time now. It's the old story, nothing new for gold, but it's as bullish as can get. Look at that monthly order, the monthly candle. Look at how there isn't anything else here, right? There is no upper wick so far. We still have about a week of time of days ahead of us. Market is looking as solid as can be. This is not on the higher time frame. This is not the place that I would be getting in. I would be already in, or looking for perhaps the mean reversion trade here. So we have a bullish, very bullish, nothing here to say. No setup in the way that I trade. We already had that push that reached the first the target, which is 2 times the ATR on the weekly time frame. That has already been reached. To me, there isn't anything I need to already be in it. Either I would have been needed to have caught the move on that candle in and hold that through, or I wouldn't be participating on that move, right? It's either I get in on the right time, or I just am a spectator watching market continuing going higher. So we don't have, this is the established or the projected target for gold that I gave a couple of weeks ago. We reached it, had a little pause, had an impulsive move, and created that order block. See that order block, that outside bar? That's these two candles. Those are the outside bar. What does price do? It pushes up, gives you the intention, and it comes back to that order block before it continues. Very bullish, very nicely technical behavior. So that was the area to be to be getting in right now is, to me, the opportunity is obviously already gone. The market is looking very solid, even though I wouldn't be getting in here. And it looks very solid by pushing and being, it needs to close above this structure to cement its, control of the market. But it's looking, very nicely from current levels. What we have is there is a bullish order block here, which was left just now, and that would be something that I would be interested in catching in the near future, right? Even if it closes above, I would welcome something like that coming back to some structures, maybe with some news this week, and then catch that move as we go higher, because that's in my understanding of how the market moves, right? Creates these structures, these demand area or bullish order block or support area, and it pushes up, right? In the case of a bullish trend, comes back, mitigates this area, and then continues further. If that's, if the trend is going to be held, then that's likely the way that the market looks. And these are the areas you want to be getting in at. After those retraces, when the market is bullish, trend is up, intact, strongly, you want to be waiting for price to come back some areas of demand so you can get in at the, right place. And that takes some patience and position yourself strategically. When the market gets there, that's your moment to attack and catch your pips, catch your R multiples as a good trader. Okay, so that's the area. That's the daily. Let's see if we have some other structures. We don't at all. All these structures have now been taken out, right? Because the market has been, not the daily, but all these hourlies have been taken out. There's nothing here to look for that short. That was a nice trade that I showed before. I didn't hold it through because of the daily wasn't ready for that, but very beautiful nonetheless. There was an area here. This is the reason that I didn't participate in this move. And you can say, well, maybe I should. Yes, but I only follow the rules of the system. And to me, price needed to touch that area. Didn't do that. And I, following my strict rules, just let it go. Otherwise, obviously, you can see how powerful these order blocks are, because you can see you would have had, not one, but two opportunities to catch this long. And that would be the best area to get in as the market just catapult itself out of that structure, which is a beautiful structure for sure. Look at that. This is the entry order block on the H4, right? It's not a coincidence. Price comes back into it and it moves out with, with great moves, right? Look how it pushes higher. That's a beautiful price action right there. But I didn't participate, just following my strict rules. But you can see how much potential these patterns have to catch, to pinpoint you the right place. And if we go to the H1, let's see if we had something. The H1 haven't given me there was an H1 here, right, which would have been used for that move. But that's not something that I don't deviate from the area, because as you can see here, it never touched the order block below, right? You can still trade them, but that's going to be a different strategy. All right, right there. Beautiful move out with a lot of follow through. And even after we broke through that order block, which is today at the beginning of London, you can see that the market is holding up quite strongly. Look at that order block coming back, retesting it. And as long as we're respecting these structures that are left behind, you can expect price to continue to go higher. We talked about this on how to manage your trades in Discord, on the Discord workshops we give, that I give from Monday to Wednesday. And that's exactly what is happening here, right? You can see how the market comes back. And that was the moment for the market to say, well, let's take a breather. And the market didn't want that, right? The buyers were too in control, and they just cemented their control by respecting those bullish structures and holding the area. So that's, as long as that's happening, you should be looking for that long, and not the other way around. So that's gold. I don't have anything. To me, there isn't anything here to be traded. Yes, there is a bearish order block that's being retested on the daily, but that looks so bullish, right? As long as holding up, price action is telling us it's bullish. Why do you want to, look for the opposite direction? This looks to be, not of relevance for price. At least right now, we'll have to wait for if that's going to maintain its that same course. So I would be waiting for swing traders. I would be waiting for price coming back to that order block to look for opportunities. And in here, sincerely, there isn't really anything that I would be looking. There is maybe an outside bar here. Let me check that. Not even. No. So the only area we have is this. But by that, I mean it needs to really retrace a lot, and it doesn't seem like it's interested at all to going that low. So I wouldn't be. I should be already in the trade, but not getting in on gold here. So great area, but I don't see any. And for a mean reversion, I don't see any weakness in gold. I don't know if you guys are looking for that. Yes, on the monthly it is extended, but with mean reversion trades, you gotta either have some quantitative data to tell you whether or not the probabilities of the deceleration momentum coming in and it's way overstretched are ripe for that reversal move. But if you don't have that data, this can continue. Even if it's extended, it can continue some time in the future. So I wouldn't dare doing that unless the market starts to give us some price action telling us breaking structure, breaking bullish structures. It's not doing that. Market structure, it's not breaking that as well. So I don't have a reasons to go look for a sell. That's not how it should be done. I don't think so. All right, let's check Aussie dollar. Let's check someone saying perhaps my mic might be a little bit low. Let me check if there's anything I can do here to adjust that. Let's check. That's not the right tools here. Okay, let me test that as much as possible. I don't think I can from here. Okay, maybe I can. Let me adjust this a little bit higher. Okay. I increased it a little bit. Hopefully that will be enough for you guys. Okay. If not, let me know, and I will do whatever is necessary to increase it. All right. Okay. Perhaps it depends on something else. All right. So it seems that the audio is fine by some. So maybe it is not something on my end. Who knows? Right? Let me know in the chat if that is something. It's if it's something that I can do something about, then let me know for sure. All right. So on the Aussie, someone asked for the Aussie max pips hits. How are you doing today? Thank you for the request. Right, so let's check. We have Aussie. This is all technicals, no fundamental analysis. All right, so we are on the higher time frame. Just we understand that we do have a bearish order block right here. Right, it is within a much larger section, but that's too wide to be relevant right now, right? It's already on the monthly. So as a trader, you want to be focusing on the relevant area on that time frame. Yes, we are on the on the monthly time frame, and you can expect this line to be as the the line in the sand where things switch. Whenever we are above that, we are basically telling the seller that the buyers are more in control, meaning that the market will perceive that as a bullish sign. And whenever we're below a a structure like so, like on the bearish structure, like so, whenever we're below that upper level, it will perceived as the sellers taking control or having more control. Even though, yes, consider that weak, that looks, we shouldn't be doing that if the sellers were actually very much in control. But hey, that's how the market works, right? It works. Whenever it's above that line, even if it hasn't been invalidated yet, it will perceive it as a a bullish sign. And right now we are below it, meaning that somehow the sellers they haven't permitted that invalidation yet, or at least at current levels, right? We have to wait for the market to close in 8 days to conclude anything. But so that's one thing is it seems like the sellers have come in to defend that structure, that monthly order block. On the weekly, we do have a area here. Yes, this is the quasi on the weekly time frame. If you can spot it right here, right? I'm going to move this a little bit higher so you can see the same thing as I do, right? So you do have a little structure here, established uptrend, right? Which has been taken out. That's let me check. Is it? No, actually it isn't. That's not the level. Okay, so there isn't a quasi here. I thought I was a quasi. So that means on the weekly time frame, this is actually not a entry order block on the weekly, but just a regular weekly. Must have taken out. Yeah, must have misclicked that one. It's a regular weekly, not a entry order block. Why is that? Because this isn't the lag. I was just measuring it, and it's not the lag. The lag could be this one below. Before that, the swing. Let me take this out. Right, the swing could be. Let me double check that. Yeah, the neckline is. Yeah, it's coming from above. So to me, that's not the left shoulder, and this is a regular weekly order block. That makes that a regular weekly order block, meaning that the only area that we have is, let me double check this on a higher time frame. All right, so what we have is a bullish quasi, which is based on, let's see, the weekly, the monthly. All right, so we do have a monthly area here, which is this one. It's a huge structure, right? This is the established downtrend. It goes much longer in the past, but that's the break of the neckline, and it comes back to this order block, right? That is the area. And if this as price is getting out of that order block, it's getting ready for that completion of that of the quasi. Whether or not it's going to happen is difficult to say, but that's the completion of the reversal pattern. Obviously, this is the monthly, so you don't have to hold it all through that level, but what you can do is just hold it to the next level. Next level could be this one, and there I've seen there are plenty of areas here. Actually, it's one big area. They're all merged into one. So I'm not going to mark them all because it doesn't help us to to pinpoint the area. It's just one big supply area here. So I'm just going to put on mark the extremes, which is this area. On the weekly, we have a quasi as well, which is this area. I like this a lot. Right, that's the established downtrend taking out the neckline and price. You would want ideally you want price to come back to this area before you take the move out. And if it does get here, then you can try to hold that for a position trade for a price going much higher. Right, that's something you want to be taking on your private account because it's going to be taking a long time to get there, but it can be very lucrative if you're able to do so. So from here, I would be very much so interested in holding that trade for a much higher level. What we do have is let me see. Okay, so that's on the, not this one, the other one. That's on the bullish quasi that we have here. And I would wait, let me extend this here. So that gives us just one structure you want to be waiting for price to come back to. Right? So you're looking for price to come back to this area and then reverse back into bullishness, right? Going to initially the level we have from the left, but actually on the monthly time frame, because of the monthly time frame, you can hold something like a 10%, 20% at most for that bigger move of your position. All right, that's the weekly. That's higher time frame, swing trades on monthly and the weekly, which is something that I rarely hold, but they can be very lucrative for your equity curve, very beneficial for your equity curve. You don't need many of these positions to work in your favor to be getting huge payouts. All right, so that's the weekly. Yes, we do have this order block here, but so far the sellers are not looking, and it's not fresh either. It's not part of a quasi, so I wouldn't be too bothered with that structure. Yes, we have some reaction, but it looks like price is just getting ready for a continuation of the same area, right? I would be more interested in the structures above us more than anything. So I would assume that price, until we actually see a reversal, right? Until that happens, you need to assume that the market is just going to continue until the next obstacle. The next obstacle is this, right? So the area to me, this is the weekly. So the area to me would have been this order block to be taken. And that has that opportunity, that ship has already sailed as in that candle right there. That's the candle you want to be looking for, that order block. So that's already happened. That's something we can't use anymore. Let me just mark it. That's the weekly. And the daily time frame. What do we have on the daily time frame? We have a quasi for sure. Ooh, this is nice. I like this. Yes. All right. So I'm gonna take these off a little bit. So don't worry about these from the left. They are actually already taken out. Only these two are still standing. Those as well. Beautiful. Look at that. But that's already gone. So what I would be looking for is this quasi. This is the structure I think that could give us some opportunities, right? Did go lower, even if it's by a little bit. By some, that would be a double bottom. To me, it's just part of the quasi. Takes out the neckline all the way here. And then you want to be looking for the continuation of that reversal, like the completion of the pattern. And let's do that. Right, so which are the areas that we would be looking for? This is one. Right, that's an entry order block on the daily. We have another one here. That's an outside bar. Beautiful. Actually, this is a nice opportunity. Who was it? Who was it that suggested we look at this pair? Let me check right here. All right, let me check who it was. Max Pib. Yes. All right, so let's check that. Thank you, Max. What else do we have? We have an order block here, which is the least of them all, of them three, right? But it's the right amount. As long as the market touches that weekly, then you can use it on the weekly time frame as well to target at least this area, and if not, a partial for higher levels, right? So I'll be watching for these three, right? Whenever everything falls into place and it starts doing exactly what it's supposed to do, then I can certainly, get in, put my stop below that order block, and target the last order block in the opposite direction, which is this, the last in the structure. Or if you have enough confluence, just target the high, because if it's a reversal, then it needs to take out the high to continue on the trend, right? That's for the continuation of the trend. So that would be a great area. So this is something we can look at perhaps later on this week. This order block isn't. It can have a little reaction, but that's not something that I would be interested in. This is, well, it's still relatively fresh, to be fair. You have 6, 7, 8 basically right now. I wouldn't want to trade this. Yeah, that's not, I would expect, of course, I don't know, but when it's already getting close to 10 on the daily time frame, 10 bars since its creation, in my experience, it gets weaker. You want to be taking it when it's a mid-single digit number of candles since its creation, and that's not the case here anymore. Borderline, still a little bit, but not as great as you would want. So I would wait for a swing trade. I will be looking for these three order blocks to be hit, and then start looking for H4 or other time frames that they create these reversal patterns, these quasis or just fresh order blocks, and starts reacting favorable, meaning bullishly on them. Once it does that, then we can, you can start looking for the lower time frame, get an entry, and use this quasi on the daily as a guide for market to be reaching these structures above us, which is obviously about, how much is this? Let me measure it. We're talking about at least 140 pips on Aussie dollar, US dollar, which is for such a pair a very nice area. But that's something we'll have to be patient and wait for price to reach this area, and then look for that reversal. That's on euro, the Aussie dollar, that is. Hello. Hi, how are you doing? The Life of Travel. Thank you for coming by and stopping by. On the 15-minute, an order block on gold for sell. Is it good? Let's take a look. It was 7 minutes ago you posted that message. Higher time frame, we don't have anything. The weekly doesn't say anything. The daily, there is a fresh order block here, but it's so as long we are in terms of we are in bullish territory in relation to that order block. So we shouldn't be trading this as long as price is above it. We shouldn't be building a sell setup based on this, right? So I wouldn't be able to use that. This looks very bullish on all time frame. H4. There is a little area here, but is it enough? I don't think it's enough. It's still an open candle. H1 is looking not bearish to me at all. So the 15-minute, I see what you mean. So there was a fresh order block age 15, 15 minute, and you could have traded that. That's right there. I would have been able to, although I don't trade without our hourly order block. I mean hourly confluence, but that would be the area for you to be looking for a short. Sure, I can see myself taking a trade like that, and actually, but it's I wouldn't say, let's say the quasi would be here. So that's a 5 minute. That's the area. So I would be interested in taking the trade here. And it would have worked perfectly fine. Look at that beauty. Look at that reaction, guys. Look at that. Look at this wick. Oh, that's a beautiful wick. Look at that. Price does this, right? Established uptrend, breaks the neckline, and comes back to this order block. On the 50-minute, it's the bigger one, but I don't think it's quasi on the 50-minute. On the 5-minute, you can see clearly it reacts once, reacts twice, and it gave you a sweet entry. Even if you miss those two great entries, it it gives you another entry right here for the last move, all the way to the completion of the pattern. Beautiful. You can there. That's the area that would be. That's the third entry, or the third place where you would have been able to catch this this move. Very beautiful trade, and a trade like that. I mean, normally you would want to catch this within, or certainly after, price reaching this order block. So any of these any of these candles, you had plenty of times you put your stop above, once it on the lower time frame, once it reverses, and you target in the opposite direction, the opposite, a higher time frame in the opposite direction, right? So that means this is H4, perhaps not even an H1. Yeah, it's an H1 order block. That would be the target you would have to target, and the area. And so you have your stop right here, and that would have worked beautifully, right? Above the structure, you hit your TP, and that's it. You don't want to have anything else. But once the quasi is completed, right? Once the reversal, that move is completed, we have to understand that this is H1, right? H1 that is fresh, right? So you look for that H1, and this is a place of demand to me. So I do not want to be taking a short from here, or expecting price to continue lower, unless on this time frame it gives me reasons to think so, and it does not. So the trade was a very nice sell without hourly support or confluence. But this is the trade, nothing else. Travel, at least to me, that was the trade. It already happened by the time I saw it. It already happened. You told us, let me see what time it was. You gave us 8 minutes ago. Okay, on this, let me see, 8 minutes ago where price was. Yeah, by the time it already changed, or right. So we're talking about here, right there, the price, right on the there. The message you posted was right there. To me, that 50-minute order block already happened, already had it. So to me, I would be waiting for price, or looking for the entry as the market was right here, right? As we were, let me mark this right, as we were retesting this order block, that was the time to be going to the lower time frame, the 1 or the 5 minute, to look for that entry. Once we reach the opposite direction, and we did right here, to me the move is gone. You can still catch a continuation, but because it's an hourly, bullish hourly, the chances aren't as great anymore. So I would just take this as an entry, as a daily daily trade, I mean. right? A day trade, just a little push to the next level, but awesome. Let us know in the chat if you caught this, and if that was the reason you talked up, you asked us about it, because that would be a nice entry indeed. Let me check something else, and actually, I can show you an even better entry. Look at this. Yeah, look at this. I mean, on multiple time frames, it gave us that idea, right? Look at this. So this is the quasi, right? From all the way down, right here, goes here, right? That's the uptrend, established uptrend. It breaks it, and it comes back to one of this order block, one of the entry order block, right? So this was what is, before it came back, that was the area of the quasi. That means that automatically you would have this as your entry on the 3 minute as well. So it was visible on the 3 minute as well as the 5 minute. Both of them would have been able to look, well, on the 1 minute you wouldn't have seen it, but you still can look for reasons to go in, as you see market breaking and changing behavior as we get into that area. See that reaction, you would have been able to catch some of it, right? Something like that, and target, as I said, that level. It would have been very, very beautiful, but it's passé. It's it's gone. Beautiful, beautiful opportunity. Let's take a look at the chat. If you guys have any other questions or suggestions. Pound dollar, good one. Let's take a look. We have about 3 minutes left. In the meantime, let me invite you to a session we're going to be having in about 45 minutes in our Discord community. You're all invited. It's going to be fun. So if you ask, sometimes I have these questions after we close the stream, like, how do we get to the Discord community? How do we get on the server? Well, you have to be part of our family. You have to, you have to have an account with us, and in order to get to it's completely free. But once you buy the account, on your dashboard, you will get a link on the lower left corner. I believe it is a little, button there. You can click on it, and it leads you to it gives you entrance to the Discord community. Great community to have, where we share our experience, you learn from each other, and we all become better because of that. We have activities, we have games, competitions, and much, much more. So pound dollar, we do have a monthly structure that we are reacting from, and that monthly is not it's not a random structure was created in vacuum. No, it is reacting from the weekly we have from before. See that weekly order block, price react. So that this monthly is within, it's not a random structure, but actually following a weekly a reversal pattern from the left. So that's great. Let's look at the weekly to see if what we have. Even though we do have a bullish one, we already have this reaction, which is the creation of this fresh order block, comes back and it moves out, right? So the target for that would be, let me take this. The target would be, the projected target would be 448 from the lowest top. Let's measure that. Right, so it gives us 39.01. Okay. Okay, so it doesn't show here. No, maybe on the daily it will show. There we go. That's the target. And I'll mark the date that of today's, right? So I'm gonna put it. It is 22nd of September right? That's the time we mark this as a target, and it's a beautiful target. I know there's a reaction here, but that is something we want to be targeting. All right. Why did I do that? Look at the quasi right here. This is on the daily time frame, but still, that's established downtrend, breaks the neckline, it comes back, hasn't been activated from a entry order block, but it does not matter. Sometimes it doesn't come back all the way down, right? And it continues. And actually, in this move, right, it may still do it in the future. We don't know that, but we have another phenomenon happening here, which is another quasi. Right, when you have these structures happening within each other, then you have something good going, which is this. See that pattern, right? So initially, this would be the target for this little structure, but we are not forgetting that the structure is actually bigger, right? So it makes a lot of sense for price to have a follow through and eventually take over and continue to the upside. That's something we want to be taking. On the quasi that I just indicated, right? The inner quasi, right? I would be interested in this area, right? As an area that I would be looking for that reversal to happen. That one is gone, as well as that one, of course, and this is still there, but I would be interested in this area. So I want to watch price to and see if the market gives us enough reasons to go long from this, targeting the high. Initially, this high, but as I just indicated, you can target this as well with leaving a little portion, maybe 10%, maybe a little bit more, to target that high. That's a beautiful swing that I would be interested, but only if I can see and read the price action reversing from this area and nothing else. If not, if that doesn't happen, then I'm not interested in taking that kind of a trade. Let's see on the H4 if we have anything. Actually, we do have one on the H4 as well. Love this trade. All right, so this is something I want to be watching for if and when price comes back, that would be the neckline comes back and then going that direction. Maybe on the H4. If it is going to reverse, it's going to be doing that likely from that area, and if not, I will have another one here. Right? Those are the two. And on the hourly, there isn't anything to look at yet. So I will wait for price to reach this area. That means that I'm not looking for this order block to hold. It might still do a reversal from here, but that is another time frame. That is something it might still do this, but eventually, I think it would for the bigger catch, it will have to squeeze or break those structures on the 1 hour to reach this daily and H4 order block. That's the place where you want to be getting in. So I would still expect price on GU. I don't have a time frame for that, when it's supposed to happen, but I would just wait for price to get into this area before I get long GU, that is, right? Obviously, I would want price to actually do the quasi again to the reversal on a hourly time frame, at least the 1 hour, so we can get in on that nice price and catch that move. I would be doing something like that, right? Putting the stop either below that or just below the reversal, and then target all the way up the hourly and the daily structure. That would be something of interest for me, right? That's a beautiful 1 to 37, and likely even more, because 1.3 as a stop on GU is tight, but I do that with less, a lot of times with less than that. So that's it. That's it for how are you doing, Surav? Thank you for stopping by. All right, that's it for our side here. I hope I gave you some good insights, some actionable setups you can be looking for coming days. I focused on the higher time frame because I think it gives you an overview of what you can trade the coming few days. Join us in Discord if you have a chance. It's great for your growth as a trader and sense of community as well, because as we know, trading can be a little bit of a lonely activity, and it's good you have like-minded people around you, traders who understand what you go through and what you need to go to your next level. So see you in Discord or tomorrow here again. Hit a like, subscribe to the channel, and allow us to reach more people just like you. That's it for us. So I'm gonna say you guys goodbye and hope to see you tomorrow again. Bye bye.